Order, please. We will now proceed with daily routine, presenting and reading of petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Nobody? Okay. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission and Internal Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2010, the House of Assembly Management Commission Act.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission and Internal Services begs leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2010, the House of Assembly Management Commission Act.
Bill number 69, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2010, the House of Assembly Management Commission Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Ms. Abby Dunker is a native of Cambridge, Kings County, and a point forward with the University of Acadia basketball team in Wolfville, and whereas Ms. Dunker played her most successful season in 2013-14, leading both offensively and defensively, and whereas Ms. Dunker has been awarded the inaugural Acadia President's Award for exceptional leadership skills in athletics, academics, and community building, therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly congratulate Abby on her achievements and wish her continued success in her sport. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
Thank you. There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Okay. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning on behalf of the Honourable MLA for Hants East. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas small businesses are the foundation of Nova Scotia, and whereas Maintown Pizza of Enfield, Nova Scotia serves up delicious pizzas, subs, donaires and seafood to residents after having made the strategic decision to move and establish a business in Enfield, and whereas Maintown Pizza is celebrating its 5th anniversary of operations, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate the team at Maintown Pizza for reaching this landmark and thank them for their investment in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Education Week is an opportunity to recognize teachers and education's partners' commitments for their outstanding work and dedication to public education, and whereas this year's theme is active citizenship, get involved, take action, be the difference, and whereas Jenny O'Brien, Digby Regional High School, is the recipient of an Education Week Award for 2014, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Jenny O'Brien and acknowledge her contribution to the public education system of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you. One more? Okay. Sorry, we have finished notices of motion for today. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that you now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole on supply.
Yeah, we will take a moment's recess to convene the Committee of the Whole on Supply. Okay, the Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates, Department of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal, estimate E38.
No, I didn't either. Order, please. I asked members of the House to please keep things down to a low roar. We couldn't hear any of that from the House Leader. Yes, please. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I now ask that you call the estimates, the Department of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal, estimates E38.
I now invite the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal to make some opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for... I'm happy people are excited to see me this morning, Madam Chair. It's a real honor here, and we'll see how that goes. I hope the spirit of congeniality and happiness continues for the next 4 hours. We'll see. So, yeah. Look, first of all, I just want to say that our two members of our staff, the Chief Engineer, Bruce Fitzner, and the Financial Officer, Director of Financial Planning, Diane Surratt, are on the way, so they'll be here momentarily. But I'm just going to jump into a little bit of the overview on department spending, just to let the opposition know. I probably have 10, maybe 15 minutes of opening, and then certainly I don't want to use up any extra time, and as the questions that will come from the floor are the important part of the estimates process. So I'll move through these relatively quickly. Just going to talk a little bit about the overview of the department spending. TIR's budget is presented in two sections, as the honourable members who have checked the estimates would know. Operating, of course, and the tangible capital asset, which is a large pool for many of our major construction projects. There's a change in our budget this year for many reasons, which we will get into a little bit by way of questions, but it has to do with the new the Department of Internal Services, and how some of those functions that were under TIR now transfer to the Honourable Minister for Internal Services. I want to take this moment to reiterate my confidence in the budget and the ability to support major initiatives such as the 5-year highway improvement plan, ongoing road maintenance, and managing major infrastructure projects, of course. TIR has some of the best employees in government. They work hard, and we are proud of their work, and they are proud to keep our roads and highways safe for Nova Scotians. So as part of that budget explanation, Madam Chair, on the operating side, this of course is the money used for the day-to-day operations of the department, such as snow and ice control, highway and bridge maintenance, field operations, fleet amortization, ferry operations, vehicle compliance, engineering and construction services, administration, professional services, employee benefits, RIM work, of course, and smaller highway and building projects. So just looking at the numbers, Madam Chair, we have about a $23 million decrease over estimate from last year. We're at about $402 million this year versus $425 for the 2013-14 season. And again, a lot of that, as the members will see, has to do directly with the transferring of Public Works into the Internal Services Division. And the second portion of our budget, the tangible capital assets, TCA, this money is for larger capital projects, including major construction and renovations. And again, estimate over estimate, this is down about $18 million from $299 last year to $281 for this year. And of course, that is estimate to estimate. Some of the quick highlights from our budget this year: we're investing obviously $235 million for highway capital in 2014-2015. Funding for the road improvement program increased. That's the RIM program, increased by $1 million to $16 million. This fund is used for paving, patching, graveling, and brush clearing. Just on that note, that is a very important piece of the budgetary allotment for TIR, as this is the money that the staff use to fix the pieces of the road that need desperate repair. And this is pretty much the time when, as the thaw leaves the ground and the roads begin to take their shape for this summer and fall season, that's when the RIM budget becomes important. So fixing those holes and patching the areas that need it is important for the RIM. So we were able to add $1 million. Again, $16 million isn't near enough to do all the roads in Nova Scotia, but obviously we prioritize as best we can and do our best to meet those goals. The $13.5 million Indian Sluice Bridge is expected to open in June, so I will do my best to join the member from Argyle-Barrington on that project. I know that that's a big one for the community. That was one of those bridges we talked about a number of weeks ago, and a few of the members had questions about the bridges in our province. The Indian Sluice Bridge was very old. I believe that was one that accommodated trains at one point, and it was time to replace that. So I know that the member for Argyle and Barrington has been working hard on that one for the last number of years, and the fact that it's open this year is going to be very good news for his community. And I think there will be an official opening, and again, we'll endeavour to get down there and share that good news with the community. We're, of course, working on the Sydney River Bridge. That's proceeding nicely. I'm not sure if the member agrees when he asked questions this morning from north side, Westmount. He's going to, I know he's heard a lot from people in his area about the bridge. It's a major artery, Madam Chair, so I think that when you cut off Westmount and that side of the island and create a major detour for people, it certainly creates tough conditions. But again, that Sydney River Bridge was certainly one that required replacement. There was no way that renovations would do the trick there. It is a long project and a very detailed one. It is, however, and we'll get into some of the details, but it is on budget and it is on schedule, slated to open in December of this year. I've had conversations with Jack Wall about some of the labor issues there, and of course this was one that, just like any projects for any of our communities in this House, you know, we'd like to see local content as best we can. However, the reality is that there's an Atlantic procurement agreement, and we sort of follow the procurement practices of the Atlantic provinces in concert. So that's an important one for us in Cape Breton to get finished, and we will finish that this year. We're twinning Highway 125 and that's a big project as well. We're getting to the point where we're really seeing the progress now. Again, there were many issues with respect to the engineering, with some of the detouring that was taking place, but it looks like we're flattening out some of those issues and getting the bugs fixed. So you guys are on either side too, yeah. So that's a big one for us. We're proceeding with that, and certainly we look forward to that. There are some engineering pieces that we have to figure out, but again, we're at the later phases of that. I'd just like to take a moment here to introduce the two members of my staff who've joined us. We have the Executive Director of Finance and Strategic Planning. She's a great financial mind, and she's been invaluable for me in my first 7 months, and that's Diane Surratt here. We also have Mr. Bruce Fitzer. How you doing, Bruce? Chief Engineer for our highways within TIR, and he's a wealth of knowledge. And Madam Chair, if they're so excited to see Bruce, maybe he can do this speech and I can sit down and have a cup of tea. But no, Bruce and Diane will be very helpful today, and I know that with the members' detailed questions over the next 4 hours, they will be a wealth of knowledge, and they'll provide some of the information that the members are looking for. So again, continuing on with the major projects, obviously the building of a new Highway 103 near Port Mouton, building a new interchange at the Highway 103 Ingham-Port between Exit 5 and Exit 6. That was one that is part of that 103 conversation. Obviously, there's a tremendous need and a tremendous request for the twinning, certainly of the first portion of the 103. That's an area that, by all of our metrics and our measures, it's one that is required for twinning, and it does meet that threshold. So we're looking at that. The Ingham-Port interchange is part of that, and again, that will be part of the ongoing dialogue with the federal government to make sure that there's money in place to continue on the route of the 103. We'll be working, of course, closely with the Nova Scotia Road Builders Association as we move on many of these projects and others. We will certainly maintain a good relationship with the road builders. They provide a pretty staggering number, 5,000 direct and 2,500 indirect positions each year. So obviously a big piece of our economy overall. They do tremendous work. We have, we're at the top of the pile in terms of the quality and the work that they do in the province. So obviously they're an important partner for us, for all Nova Scotians, as we continue on with these projects and get them done in the name of road safety and keeping people safe as they move across the province. The cost of building roads, of course, is steep. Building a single kilometre of new two-lane 100 series highway costs about $4 million per kilometre, Madam Chair. A kilometre of new 4-lane highway costs between $6 and $10 million. So certainly expensive investments and ones that are important for Nova Scotians. So we try to balance the fiscal realities of the province with what the greatest need is. Just to touch a little bit on some twinning, we fully appreciate the public's concern and interest and to improve parts of the Trans-Canada in light of the collisions and, of course, the fatalities. And the member from Pictou East talked about the 104. Certainly we hear about the 103, as we've mentioned. The 101 is a very can be troubling in parts and has been for many years, and successive governments have endeavored to fix pieces and improve pieces of all of our major arteries and highways. So we certainly do our best, and again, this is all metrics based, and we always the term the politics of paving. Well, I for one, and I think all of us on the government side and all of us in this legislature understand that this has to be done in a professional way, in a measured, calculated way. We can't pick and choose between ridings and who should get the work. This becomes about safety, and the roads that need the attention and need the investment will get it, and that's just simply the way it has to be and the way it should be. So we did make commitments to those particular highways in the throne speech, and we'll continue to work on those. I do want to talk quickly, though, just about this. It's a difficult topic because when you talk about the investments for highways, you've got to talk about the other side of it, and that, of course, is the role that we play as commuters and as drivers. And there's changes that we promote and all members promote for drivers' behaviors and road safety. Certainly, it's a shared responsibility, taking into consideration not only how a highway is designed, but also how the drivers behave behind the wheel. driver distraction, speeding, driving too fast for conditions, driving while impaired, and many other reasons account for accidents on our province's highways. These types of accidents are preventable. While the government will continue to work towards twinning our highways, drivers have just as big a part in making our highways safer. My department will continue to work with our partners in road safety to promote safe driving behaviours across the province. Now I'm going to talk about, as I mentioned earlier, just about the Department of Internal Services. So we lose approximately $43 million from our budget to the new Internal Services Department with the transfer of 5 sort of key areas that will move to the minister responsible. Real property service, with the exception of land acquisition, we hang on to those. Public safety and field communications, building services, environmental services, and risk management/security services, and Nova Scotia Lands Incorporated. So this includes, in addition to those areas and $43 million, this includes FTEs of about 170. The former staff will move to the new department are highly capable and hardworking and will be greatly contribute to the success of the new department. We certainly will miss their services and what they've provided to the department, but I know that they'll continue to do a great job serving Nova Scotians under this new banner of internal services. So we appreciate them for their service and wish them well as they transfer to a new department. Now just going to talk quickly about some of the key points for our budget variances, and I'm sure there could be some questions from across on those. The reductions, again, the $43 million from Public Works, reduction in the single chip seal program of $2 million. So as many know, that we endeavored to sell the paving plant and the chip seal operations, and we were fortunate to have some better prices, which is a pretty amazing thing. If you look historically at the price of paving across the province, across the region, and across the entire country, prices are at an historic low, and as a department, we can't really take credit for that. There's a number of things that factor into that, but the reality is, in my perspective, it becomes an issue of competition. And the fact that we have an Atlantic region that competes on these jobs is part and parcel the reason why we've experienced low prices. And when there's bidding wars, the winners in that are the taxpayers in Nova Scotia. So we like to see that because it helps the consumer and helps the taxpayer, but that probably won't last forever. So we'll keep a close eye on that in the department and make sure that things are proceeding as they should. But at the end of the day, this is a market-driven industry, as it should be, and we'll let the private sector compete for those tenders that we put together based on our budget. Also, reductions in injurious affection of $2 million. That essentially, in a nutshell, is the planning and the project work for some of the major projects, and it's things that are almost preparation for the large-scale corridor establishment, design, engineering, and ultimate construction of major arteries and major highways. So that's just some of the initial planning that goes in. There always is budgeted injurious affection, but we thought with some of the projects and some of the timelines looking at us, we could reduce that number slightly, which $2 million is a relatively low small piece of that. So those amount to the reductions. The increases, we have wage increases of just under $7 million. The additional RIM, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, of $1 million, bringing it to $16 million for the year. Additional third-party recoverable work of $8.8 million. Amortization increase of $5.7 million. This is one that, if you look at the overall budget and really dissect the numbers, I think you'll see that amortization is a huge cost for TIR. Of the $405 million budget, it makes up a significant component, and basically what that is we're forecasting out the cost of these major projects. A lot of these, the highway work and the major construction projects are 25 years out. So we basically carry those costs, and the total package for amortization is in the tune of $186 million, which is a lot of money to carry for costs for the projects that we've completed or are completing. So that's a significant expense, and again, it's increasing by $6 million, which limits some of the other areas in which we can invest in, but that becomes the nature of the decision making, and that's where the priorities of the government and of the department become important. Also, inflationary and capacity increases of $1.4 million. Our highway budget, we're investing $235 million in highway and road maintenance and construction work this year. This translates into more than 120 major projects. It also includes a $10 million increase in bridge work from last year. Overall capital spending is down slightly by $10.8 million, or 1.4% of the $235 million we're investing in highways. The reduction in asphalt and paving budget will be offset by more favorable contract pricing, as I had mentioned earlier. Also allow us to do the same amount of paving for less costs, and a reduction in land purchase requirements based on the needs of our 5-year highway improvement plan. We understand the importance of investing in our infrastructure and will spend $535 million in capital projects and public infrastructure in 2014, which is a $10 million increase from last year. These projects will stimulate the economy, revitalize important infrastructure, and of course keep people working, which is very critical for this time of year. And again, just to quickly address the difference in the overall budgets last year over this year, there were two main pieces that seemed to be a subject and an area of interest for the opposition, and that was number one, with the overall, the major construction envelope reducing by $10 million from 80 to 70. Again, Madam Chair, just to be clear, that is tied directly to federal projects and federal relationships. The relationship we've had with the federal government with respect to these projects has been a very good one. They've been very fair. I think the way they calculate and formulate their major projects is a fair one, and Nova Scotia usually does relatively well. But the reality is that we're sunsetting on one group of projects and funding allotments, and we're moving to a next. So this year in particular, you see that decrease in major construction because the reality is we can't do really any of these things alone. We would move at a snail's pace if we were doing major twinning and highway construction projects by ourselves. So the reason why that number reduces is based on the fact that we're not matching or contributing to a federal program. That in no way means that I'm suggesting at all, and never have, that the federal government's reduced the money. Again, this is an envelope funding, so we agree on it at a certain time, and we allocate that over a number of years and a number of projects, and it's spent accordingly. And it's the same thing if you look at year over year with the federal contributions. These contributions are based on what we expect projects to be completed. So we submit to the federal government when the projects agreed upon are completed, and then they provide us with the recovery for those projects. So that's our estimate. We could really, hypothetically, we could make that number whatever we wish, but we try to reflect the true reality of what we could finish in a construction season, and we go from there. So again, you know, looking at the numbers simply, there is a bit of a fluctuation, but when you look at the fact that we are sunsetting on one federal program to the next, and the fact that the recoveries vary from year to year, it's in relatively the same area of our overall highway spending. So that's important to note. On the bridge investment increasing, there was a lot of concern and conversation, and I know that members across the way asked questions about our bridges. We have 4,300 bridges to maintain. Some of those are over 100 years old. They were built for trains. They were never built for automobiles. That ironically makes them much stronger. So you know, the look and what the aesthetics of a bridge are doesn't reflect its strength or its safety. We have a bit of an increased investment in bridge work for this year, which is a good thing. But again, looking at the 4,300 bridges we have, most are in pretty good shape. Some of them obviously are in areas with low volume, and we'll get to the point, and we take them on a case-by-case basis, but we get to the point where we start to have discussions about, are these bridges necessary, or should they be removed from the inventory and alternate routes be used? And that's a conversation that we certainly wouldn't jam on any community. It's one that all stakeholders have to sort of play a role, and we'll provide our advice and our best you know, opinion on what should be done. Again, I've said this many times, and I'll repeat it here. I have full trust and faith in our engineers. They have a wealth of knowledge and experience. They spend a lot of time looking at all of our infrastructure, bridges being a key piece of that, and we do not let anyone travel on roads or bridges or any of our infrastructure that is deemed to be unsafe or anywhere in that area. So we do regular inspections of the bridge, annual at, you know, for the most part, but then increasingly, if need be, anytime. And we are very reactionary, and I think that's a good thing. Anytime we hear of issues or concerns or complaints or even questions, then we get on that right away, and I can attest to the work that the department does in those areas. So it's an important thing that we keep the bridges safe and secure, and we will do our best to keep working on those. And at the same time, I think that it's a good conversation to have with the public, so they understand certainly what our infrastructure deficit looks like with the bridges, and the fact that, they never have to worry about the safety, Madam Chair. We'll do our best and make sure those bridges are safe to travel across. For general infrastructure challenges, like all jurisdictions in Canada, we have major challenges that we try to address. Again, 4,300 bridges, 23,000 kilometres of road, and we hear every day from residents, from MLAs, from councillors in their respective areas because things need improvement, and we do our best to get to those. Every road and every bridge is important to the community that uses it, of course. We understand that, and that's why we have our 5-year plan in place, and we talk, of course, to stakeholders to make sure that their concerns are pulled into consideration for their communities. This is not a situation that's unique to Nova Scotia, of course. Many provinces are facing the same infrastructure challenges, and the department will be discussing a number of infrastructure priorities, including bridges, with the federal government when we meet very shortly to talk about the Building Canada Fund. Just the final two topics. The first one is snow and ice control. Again, a very hot topic for us this year. It was a rough winter, no doubt about it, with road closures and interruptions in ferry services, and that's for across the entire province. All municipalities were affected, and you know, it's a very tough one, and this is where I really want to acknowledge the staff. The fact that these men and women are out on the ground, they're in the equipment as soon as they can possibly get out. They've worked 24/7 for a number of months through the winter. It's dangerous work. I mean, we see the magnitude of the storms that we have, and a lot of times the plows are the first vehicles on the road, and they deal with tough conditions. And while Nova Scotia's become frustrated and they're upset with the processes and with some of the reaction times and whatnot, I can tell you that the TIR staff have been they're exhausted, and it's been a real tough winter. So hats off to them. Thank you for those two people for those claps. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the third clap there. But they've done fantastic, and we appreciate that. I also want to thank Nova Scotians as well, Madam Chair. Our communications department has been great in spreading the message that we've got to be safe. And again, this road safety is about the decisions of drivers. And when the roads are bad, people for the most part heed the warnings. I mean, sometimes you have to commute, and many of us are in that boat where we have to fight the elements to get from point A to B. But the Nova Scotians responded, and they listened, and they did stay off the roads when we asked them to, so that was a good thing. Again, the budget for snow removal, and this may be a conversation and some questions from the opposite side, but we basically do a 5-year average, and that program and that mechanism was established by the John Hamm Conservative government, and I think it makes sense. What it is they take a 5-year average. Usually it lands in the mid-50s, 55, 56, $58 million range, and of course we adjust accordingly. Again, there's no doubt about it that's been a rough winter, so we've had about a $10 million over budget on that, over pressure on that, so it will come in to be about $66 million or so this year. Obviously, we'll go back to our historical average. I think it's set for $58 million next year for the snow removal budget. So again, and look, the reality is, and this is the key message when we talk about these things and when we communicate to Nova Scotians, road safety will never be sacrificed for a budget line item. So for the department, when we need extra money on snow plowing, salting, and the operations that go into those tasks, then the money will be available, and that's a pretty reasonable reaction for a government. There's some things you can't sacrifice, and that's one of them. So we'll ensure that the money's there. Now, having said that, we hope for a bit of an easier winter next year, so we can stay within budget and keep people safe and keep the roads clear. So we'll cross our fingers on that one, Madam Chair. And finally, the last bit before I take my place here, I just want to talk about the MV minor, as many members have probably noticed in the media today. We've extended the response period and the deadline for the tender bids based on the fact that there was a number of prospective companies that want to do that work who were part of the group of 20 who visited the vessel earlier in the month. And they had some specific questions, and based on those questions, they had to sort of retweak their bids and figure out what the costing would be. So we did extend it that week, and we hope that with the numbers of people who ask for additional time and additional information, we hope that that stimulates the bidding process. And obviously, the more competition in that bidding pool, the better the value will be for Nova Scotians. So that's what we're looking at. Again, Madam Chair, the timeline for the MV minor has moved relatively steady from where we wanted it to be prior to fishing season to now. But the reality is, and I certainly take responsibility for that, not being an engineer, not being someone who has a real good feel for this project, you only come to realize through the information as it develops how challenging this process is going to be. You've got a derelict ship that's massive in size on a provincially protected beach with many environmental, occupational health and safety, and land considerations to take into account. So with all that being the case, and knowing the history of the MV minor, we've got to get this one right. And I know that Nova Scotians are supportive of the idea of removing it. But at the same time, we've got to make sure that it's done properly, it's done safely, and it's done right the first time. And when this project and when this process is completed, the MV minor is no more, and then it becomes the challenge of how we pay for it and the legal ramifications of why the ship is there in the first place, and the conversations that have to take place with the federal government with respect to this vessel in particular, but also in the fact that there has to be a hole in the Canada shipping laws. If companies can take a vessel with the intent of bringing it overseas, the cable line snaps, it lands on a protected beach in Nova Scotia, and we have no recourse to chase this company down. There's no way that's a fair and reasonable system, and I think that, with all due respect, I mean, the Canada shipping laws are complicated and they're broad, and some are dated and some have been amended over the years, but this just can't happen. So I think that our TIR department and those who have been dealing with our federal counterparts under Minister Reid and Transport Canada in Ottawa, I think that the conversations have been very honest and fair and upfront about where we go from here. So in addition to what we do specifically with the minor, we'd also like to see some of those laws changed, because we can't pay for an MV minor twice, and I think that when these things happen, it becomes reactive, and I think that the whole point of these types of laws is to protect against this. So that'll be a conversation that we're having, but in the meantime, our focus for the MV minor is getting that ship removed from the shores of the Scattery and that beach and that area returned to the pristine site that it is. So that's it for my opening, and I certainly look forward to any questions. And again, Diane and Bruce will be here to give me any information and specifics that I need. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd first of all like to thank the Minister for his opening statement, his staff for being here. But overall, I would like to thank the Department of Transportation in general for all the work excuse me, that they do. I know the staff in Cape Breton, the Sydney River staff and the Bador staff do an excellent job. They've been very responsive to the needs and the wants of the people of Cape Breton. And if there's a problem or a question arise, they're always open to us going to them in their office or taking a phone call and looking into the situation. And I would say that between 98 and probably 100% of the time, the problem is fixed within hours, and the safety and for the people of the roads in Cape Breton have been addressed. So first of all, I'd like to thank those and hope that in the future we can still see the same amount of service, even with budgetary problems and overdrafts on stuff like snow removal. But first of all, if I could, I just want to ask the Minister, the Sydney River Bridge has been out of service now for probably 6-8 months. Just want to know if that bridge is on schedule, if it's due to open on time, and if it's not, we'd be know in advance exactly how the timeline is going, so the people in Westmount East can know that to use or not to use that area.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. It is, at this point, it is on time and it is on budget. As Bruce just mentioned, we've run at a contingency time. I mean, obviously, with these types of endeavors, it's a major project and major construction. There is time built in for weather and any other disruptions, and we've almost hit that wall. So as of right now, it is on time and on budget, and we'll endeavor to keep it that way, which looks like to be late December of 2014. So we're getting there.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand, Mr. Minister, that early on in the contract there was some labour issues and some unrest amongst some of the local unions that are capable of doing that work, and the contract came from a company in New Brunswick, and he already explained the Atlantic procurement process, and fair game if that's the case. But I know the concerns and the nuance of the local union people were that if that company had to hire people, would it be able to hire locals instead of bringing people in that were in from other provinces? I just wondering if in the future would there something be built into that RFP that would allow that to happen, or is that something that's is or isn't on the table or in the books for types of projects like that?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the member knows, as he linked Jack Wall and I, who's the representative for the local union on the ground there. I also talked to Anthony Parsons from the Labour's Union local in Sydney about this. It is, and the member talked about the Atlantic Procurement Agreement. This is one of those things where there's an agreement in place, and it affects all the Atlantic provinces, and just like organizations, companies, and firms from outside bid on our work, and Nova Scotia companies do the same in their provinces, and we do very well. The Nova Scotia companies do very well in the other Atlantic provinces for sure. So that's the technical side of it, and that's the reality of the relationship and of this industry. But having said that, I think the conversation about local content is an important one, and it's very tough to formalize. I think what the local content would be. You can't. The procurement agreement stipulates very specifically that you can't create some kind of awarding and some kind of points mechanism based on local content entirely. So it's a difficult conversation to have with respect to how we change the laws. However, having said that, I think that it's almost a case-by-case basis, and I know that Bruce, along with Peter Hackett, had conversations with both the contractor and the union to try to bridge the gap. And at the end of the day, I think for us, it's while we look at some of those components and some of the details, I think it's important that in the case of Sydney River Bridge, there's no secret that Cape Breton is an economically depressed area. We need the work, and what I heard from a few of the tradespeople who would have liked to work on the Sydney River Bridge. It's a tough thing that they tell me that they would drive by the Sydney River Bridge project on the way to the airport to head out west. So obviously, Madam Chair, no member and no person in Nova Scotia wants to see that. That's a tough reality. But at the same time, I think that when we have outside firms that come in that aren't familiar with the local workforce, we've got to do our best to get to them and explain that we've got great people, we've got some of the best tradespeople in the region and in the province, and I know that in particular with the crane operators that we have connected to Jack Wall, that we're second to none in the region. So I think that we'll always try to do our best to get local content. I don't think you can ever actually formalize it, but again, we'll continue to work with our Atlantic partners, and there's always reasons that any government in the Atlantic region would have to try to help the local folks, especially in areas that you have high unemployment, like in Cape Breton and in the Sydney River project. So we'll keep that in mind, and I can tell the honourable member it's not something that we easily shut the door on and not want to sort of move along. For us, local content is important, and any way we can to shape projects so that there's local content, we'll certainly endeavour to do so. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. The other question I have around the Sydney River Bridge area, Madam Chair, is that because the Sydney River Bridge is out and people now have to use different routes to get to the area, they have to go around the detour around there. Some of those major roads in that area have taken a real beating. This winter especially, where the winter was harsh, the roads took a beating anyway, but because of the excess traffic on some of the back roads, and I'll say the Midgley Avenues and a few others there where it was a cut across for areas, instead of going down one way or another way, they came across that. It was quicker. The road took a beating more so than it would have taken in a regular winter. So the residents in those areas are concerned that some of these roads have gotten excessive wear on them. I'm just wondering, would there be extra money figured into the budget to try and repair some of these roads or fix them sooner than later, so that the people who live on those roads and have to use those roads will be using roads that aren't going to be damaging and dangerous to their vehicles and their well-being?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the contract, it only sort of the funding allotment from the department and what the contractor is required to do is very local to the bridge and the sidewalk and some of the immediate perimeter areas. But having said that, when the project is completed, I can tell the honourable member that we will, TIR will get on the site there, and maybe if the honourable member wants to join our staff to just take a ride over those roads, if in fact there's damage done, and I'm sure that there is from excess traffic on these smaller roads and local roads, then of course you know, it'll be our duty to fix them. So we'll get it with the member and with our staff and take a look and see what we can do once the project is completed in December.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that answer. I guess the other question is, with the winter that we've had, some of the roads have deteriorated greater than some of the roads. Maybe they're on the 5-year plan. And I know the 5-year plan is a working document that changes from year to year. Can he foresee any more roads being added to or taken away? And is that a continuous working model that there may be roads added to or taken away from that plan as needed?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There certainly is that flexibility built into the highway plans. For the 5-year highway plan, the large-scale construction projects, some of that is relatively rigid, but there is room for changes and you know, alterations based on the priority. However, I think that some of the roads that would be in the Sydney River area that may be affected by the bridge project would probably be local roads, and if that's the case, that's flexible on an annual basis. So again, everything stems from the science of road repair and road construction. So when the staff takes a look and they can see what the issues are and how significant the damage could or is or isn't, then we could adjust the plan from there. So anytime that there's local road work to be done, we look at that on an annual basis. So obviously things can jump the queue based on priority and based on necessity.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. But one other question, or I just have two short little questions to ask. One of them is to do with the construction of the 125 highway between Sydney and Glace Bay, or North Sydney and Sydney, I guess is the best way to put it, and other lines on the highway in the province. Since I've been elected, I've been on the highway a lot more, and as the Minister knows, he's on the highway as well. But the paint on the lines doesn't seem to be lasting near as long as it used to. I know myself in the fall, after they get painted in the summer, shortly into the fall, the lines, if it's dark, if it's wet, the lines themselves seem to be disappearing really quickly. And I know with this winter, with all the amount of plowing and salt and stuff that's been put on the roads, those lines seem to be really taking a beating. And it gets to be a point where it's dangerous. And the other question is with the Sydney River area, where the overpass is going from Member 2 to the other side, there's a little abutment that comes out around there, and with the roads and the lines the way they are, it seems to pose a real danger. And I've gotten a lot of calls in my office on that abutment and the lines. And I wonder if the Minister can address if there's anything being done to look at either changing the line paint back or to something different that would last longer, or increasing the amount of times they get painted through the year. And if you could look at that abutment that runs out around the new overpass in the Member 2 area.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and there's no doubt about it. There's been a number of concerns, safety concerns and traffic issues along that corridor of the reconstruction and the twinning of the 125. It seems as though, and the member hit it on the head, there was a change in paint. Obviously, it went from an oil-based, lead-based, to a water-based paint, and it's just not holding onto the road. So that's probably a lesson learned for the department. And with the abutment, I think that I have heard sort of, you know, a few general concerns about that as well. I'm going to talk to Gerard Jessam. I'll get on that immediately and just see if there's anything to be done there. I think that it's a fair question to ask. And again, people are looking forward to seeing the completion of that entire corridor. But at this time, there are some hiccups with respect to the project, and we want to keep people safe. And it's an important thing to keep the traffic flow going there. It's a very busy corridor for the entire province. The volume is very heavy, so we'll look into some of those things for sure, and I can get back to the member on what Gerard can do moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
I guess my last question is not really a question as much as it is an observation. in my area, there's one area that the town of, or the municipality plows half of the road. The Department of Transportation plows the other half of the road. People who live on the road that are next door can see that one road is plowed and the other road is not plowed, and the departments, both municipal and the Department of Transportation, have been working hard to try and trade roads off so that they can do one road in one area, one road. But the problem I think that I'm hearing from both sides, is that they like to trade roads off if they can, equal kilometre for kilometre, but sometimes roads in one district aren't suitable, but they'd like to take a road in another district. And right now that's not possible. I'm just wondering if that could be looked into in the future, to see that if a road in Waterford that's being plowed by the Department of Transportation could be picked up by the municipal road, and then another road could be taken by a road by the Department of Transportation in another area, say North Sydney. If that could be looked into, it would still work kilometre for kilometre, but it'd be just outside that district. It might be a little more for one area, a little less for another, but I'm hoping that that's the case, and I've been told they're looking into that. So that's just a real observation that if that ever comes up, I'd like the Minister just to be able to address that. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've actually cancelled all plowing for New Waterford, so we're not doing any of those roads anymore. Just kidding, of course, to my friends in New Waterford who may be watching here. Look, yes, apologies to my relatives who probably live on some of those roads. You know, the reality is that the member brings up a very good point, and we've seen this many times across the province, and the 103 was a very important and serious example of this, where plows, even if they're entirely provincial jurisdiction, the plows just can't meet at the same time. And again, you look at the magnitude of the storms and the weather systems we've dealt with this year. The fact is that they just can't meet, and therefore the consistency is not being seen. So that's just on a provincial jurisdiction road in itself. Forget about the ones that have shared provincial municipal jurisdictions, that they almost never meet at the same point, and you see a bit of a variation. But I can tell you that what we've learned from this winter season is a few things have to be at least reviewed and looked at. And of course, the amount of equipment that's in each region and the standards that we apply with that equipment is something that we're reviewing, and we're hoping Barb Bailey, who heads up operations for the province, is looking at a pretty fulsome review on those things, and we'll have a pretty good understanding of where equipment may have to be reallocated and what new measures we'll have to take to improve things, because there certainly was some tough situations, and we can't control the weather, and it was a tough year. And again, I want to repeat that the staff did incredible work. But at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that we're optimizing all of our investments and the equipment that we have on the streets. And the same thing, I know that the members are aware of this, that we had a pretty good roundtable discussion with the CBRM. The Public Works folks for Mayor Clark and the Council met with Roy MacDonald and Gerard Jessam and some of our operators to figure out exactly what the member's referring to, the fact that we're skipping over municipal roads to get the provincial roads. So if we swap those, not only does it make more sense from a grid perspective, but it creates efficiencies, and efficiencies create cost savings. So that is something I can tell the member for sure that we're looking at. Any opportunity that we have to create those improved relationships, we're going to do, especially when it comes to snow removal and salting, because they're so important. And I think that if there are specific issues with some roads sort of being more coveted and more interesting than others, then we really can't get into that game. So if it's a provincial responsibility, then we'll do that, and we'll take it on and make sure that the roads are cleared to the best of our ability. So it is a good point, and we're continuing to work on that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
And I just want to thank the Minister for his answers, thank the staff for being here today, and thank all the Department of Transportation staff for the job they did this winter in very trying, very difficult times. I know I travel on the roads as well as the Minister did a lot, and I can't complain about the work that they've done. Yes, the roads are in rough shape, but they've done the best they can, and I want to thank them for that publicly. And thank the Minister and his staff for being here today. I want to turn it over now to my member from Argyll-Barrington.
The Honourable Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to stand for a few moments and ask a few questions, maybe make a few comments. The first one I want to talk about is, of course, an ongoing project with the department now, and thank Bruce for being here as well, because I know he's been online with this one for some time now, which of course is the Indian Sluice Bridge. A new, yeah, well, Bill started, and the minister will have an opportunity to finish it. So that's good news for the residents of Surratt's Island and Morris Island. So just wondering maybe if you had a quick update on the complete date. I know there's been some discussion right now somewhere towards the end of June, but I'm just wondering if you maybe can give us an idea that it's truly going to be done, and hopefully cars will be driving on it soon, so that they don't have to drive on the 105-year-old green bridge that's right next to it.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for that question. Now, this is one that the honourable member has brought to the attention of the House long before I was in this capacity as minister. I know it's one that's important for the community, and the member has kept me updated on the interest and enthusiasm from the community. So I think that's a good thing. And look, again, we've got such a deficit in infrastructure, and when we get these good news opportunities like the Indian Sluice Bridge, I think it's a good thing for all Nova Scotians. So I know the community's anxiously awaiting the opening of the Indian Sluice Bridge. It looks like, I can tell the member that based on our estimates right now, it looks like the end of June will be the opening date, and that's what we're endeavoring. Again, with, as I mentioned in a previous response, the contingency for weather and those types of things obviously will play a role. So if we get really difficult weather, it may push it back. But as of right now, it looks like the end of June, and we are very aware that the community is preparing a large celebration, so we don't want to impact that in any way, shape, or form. And it's a great thing that the community, not only with the bridge itself, but they're looking at some of the surrounding areas and infrastructure to do maybe some kind of community park, and they want to expand sort of that area to create benefit and enjoyment for the entire community. So it is a good news thing, and I congratulate the member for working on that, and I know that he'll be very proud towards the end of June when the bridge is officially opened. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, and I know that the community is interested right now looking at the 28th of June as having their ribbon cutting and celebration. There's a whole bunch of things. They, of course, want to put a commemorative book out with, of course, pictures and stories about the bridge in Surratt's Island and Sluice Point, Morris Island, and the area surrounding it. You did mention the fact that there's an idea now to see if there's any way to be able to take the old right-of-way for the bridge, turn that into some kind of park, put a couple of picnic tables up, and maybe a barbecue pit, and maybe have a plaque commemorating the bridge. So there's a lot of good ideas around there, and of course the invitation to the minister and his staff to come on down and of course celebrate with them, because it's such a positive news thing. I don't know what I'm going to talk about next year's estimates, because I've spent almost 10 years talking about this bridge, and three governments worth of it, and I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it, but I know for that area it's just such a positive thing. And I don't know what the people are going to do right now, because I tell you, just watching the construction, I don't know, we should have put a counter on the road just to find out how many extra people are coming in every day just to see where they are in the process and what they've been doing, and because it's been just an exciting time for all the residents of Southwest Nova Scotia. I know people from miles and miles away that are coming in just to see how it's going. So it's a tremendous time. So again, thank you to the minister, thank you to the departmental staff for a phenomenal job on this project, and I hope they keep it up, because it just shows the ingenuity and the commitment that the department has to safety, but to be able to reasonably respond to a request that's been there for a long time. So I'm going to switch gears just a little bit. And the second question now that I have a new area to my constituency, which is the new Barrington area, I guess is what you could call it, in the new Argyle-Barrington constituency. I inherited a causeway. So we have the Cape Sable Island Causeway, which was built in 1949. And quite honestly, I think it was the training ground for the Cape Breton Causeway. So whatever they did wrong on this one, they didn't repeat it on the Canso Causeway. So, so the challenge that has been flowing around from that one is the lack of water flow When they built that bridge back in 1949, there probably was no consideration or thought of the environmental impact of such a structure. There's a number of things that happened from that construction. One is the migration of sands from Sand Hills and Sabine Beach, which are and miles away, but the flow is now bringing that sand almost right up against the causeway structure. Secondly, and I don't know this, it's not necessarily a proven rig, but fishermen will tend to tell you this, is that the tuna fishery in the area was basically cut off because of that bridge. There was no flow, so the herring that would have sort of been going through the islands and through the little bays, and then the tuna would be following them, ended up having to move offshore because there was no water flow there anymore. So those are a couple considerations environmentally that today we probably never would have built a causeway that way, but back in 1949, hey, you filled it in, put some top on it, and you had a causeway. The municipality for some time has, I think, approached the department, has approached the Department of Environment, has talked to the federal government, you know, but we keep going around in a bit of a circle that if we were to do an environmental assessment of that bridge or of that causeway, should we put an opening in it? Could we put an opening in it? And what would be the long-term effects of it? So we just can't find a person or department to actually own the start of the discussion. And I know the discussion will probably be one that will go on for 10, 20 years anyway. So I'm just wondering, you know, whether the department could at least think about it to see where we could start with a longer-term discussion about the water flow through Cape Sable Island Causeway.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm familiar with the causeway. I don't have too much of an intimate knowledge of these concerns, although I've heard them obviously through the department just about some of the ongoing conversations. And I think there are discussions with the municipality there and the mayor about the warden about what happens next. And I can tell the member I don't have a specific answer with respect to what we're going to do as a department, but I can assure the member that I can have a conversation with my colleague, the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Natural Resources. I know that there is some tie-in at this point with the discussions with the warden are related to the Department of Natural Resources. So we can continue to look at that, and we'll come back with maybe a plan on what kind of inspection. I'm sure there has been some recent inspections there down on the causeway, but we can take another run at it and see if we can get any new information. And again, I know the member knows this, but this becomes an issue of safety, and if that's the case, then certainly we'll dive in and do whatever is necessary to keep that causeway safe and strong and secure. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, and it is. I think it's a safe structure in the way that it's built. I think it's the overall environmental concern that it has created, and it's something that we've learned over the last, 60 years of what has happened. And if you look as you're going onto the island, you look off to the left, there's a huge beach there now that wasn't there even in my time. I mean, 20 years ago or 25 years ago, that was a little tiny sandbar close to land, and that thing has come out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meters and is every year coming closer and closer to the structure, even to the point where there's a little wharf. You actually have to almost sail around it now. I would give it another 10 years, and you might as well forget about the wharf, because the wharf's going to be completely blocked off by that sandbar that continues to move in. So I thank you for that answer. It will be a challenging one, but at some point we do need to talk about it and try to find a mechanism to move forward. And if the environmental assessment says, listen, it'll be good to have a beach there, we don't need to do it, hey, that's the answer that we get in the end of the day. And finally, I just want to commend the department as well. As much as we get those phone calls in our constituency offices of when's the darn plow coming, or when's the grader coming, and all those questions, I know that my relationship with the department has always been a very good one with my district engineer, my OSs. things tend to get done. Sometimes it takes a second call, but for the most part, it actually gets done. We're in a dry spell now. Maybe we did a little bit of rain there yesterday, but the graders are out doing their work, getting rid of those potholes. Most of our roads are dry now, so they're up to their regular maintenance time. So it's all good news, and I just wanted to make sure that that, to pass that on to the staff of the department. With those few comments, again, thank you, and I'm going to let the member for Pictou East ask a few questions now.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the minister and the staff for being here, and I do want to kind of echo some of the comments we're hearing, that many times in this chamber we hear lots of talk about cooperation and trying to get along, and we hear that, but sometimes we don't often see it. But I will give credit where credit is due, and I appreciate the minister has been very cooperative with, I know myself and certainly many members of this party. So I do appreciate that, and I do think that oftentimes the tone set at the top filters down, and I will say I stop into the sheds and garages in Pictou East many times, and I'm always impressed with the quality of the people there. And I know that their hearts and minds are in the right places too, which is with the people of Nova Scotia. And I will give a specific shout out to my area managers, Troy Webb. And Troy is, if I call him up and say, let's go for a drive, we go for a drive. And so I appreciate that, and I respect that, and I attribute at least some of that to the minister. So thank you for that. My questions this morning are just about the RIM, and it's more so just trying to, just because I'm new, just trying to understand how the RIM works. So I understand that there's about $16 million for the province for the RIM program, and that is mainly for, I think I heard you say, brush cutting, culverts, maybe potholes, and I don't know if bridges is in there too, small local bridges too. So maybe if you can just give just a quick summary of what the RIM covers, that'd be great.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member for the question and for the kind words, and I certainly agree with him. Troy is a great leader in his area, and we're really blessed. It's mind-boggling the amount of quality people that we have in the department, and sometimes I feel sheepish phoning them and chasing them around because they're very busy, and they work their tails off each and every day, and again, this is the time of year where they transition, so they're so busy with the snow plowing, and it's such a difficult battle for those winter months, and then they transition immediately into the RIM season and the patching season and the major construction season. And of course, we heard yesterday, it was such a hot topic, but on the gravel roads, and the fact that they've taken such a pounding with the freeze-thaw cycle, and the fact that we've had a rough winter. So I certainly do join the member commending the TIR staff in his region. The member is right that the RIM budget stands at $16 million, and that's used for things that are typically outside of any of the contract work for roads, whether they be major construction or local roads. He's right, there is potholes, of course, any maintenance and patching, we refer to it, so that would certainly cover potholes. There's ditching, any of the minor work to bridges like guardrails and things like that, that's part of it. There are certain measures of culvert repair that would be part of that, although some culverts obviously are part of the larger contracts when there's major or significant construction happening. So it is basically, it's $16 million that the department and the staff use to problem solve. That's probably the easiest way to say it. So it's distributed relatively evenly throughout the province based on historical need and based on the requirements of the day. So there is a little bit of flexibility there, but I can tell you that each region, they depend on the RIM. It's probably, from their perspective, it's their most important sort of budget allotment, because this is the money that they have the true ability to get in and fix problems right away. And the major construction and the long-term planning is important for communities and for people, but they don't see a lot of that. What really matters to people is not losing tires on potholes and not, making sure that guardrails and components of the bridges are safe. So that's where the RIM budget comes in, and I think the department certainly maximizes the value of that, but it is an important program, and they are just some of the things that RIM's used for.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the Minister for the comments, and I certainly would echo that the importance of the RIM fund to the local communities. I mean, as a new MLA, I've learned that there's an expression that all politics is local. There's nothing more local or more important to somebody than the piece of road they travel every day, and certainly the piece of road at the end of their driveway. So just on the $16 million RIM, so does that get allocated, does it, and would it be at this stage allocated down to the area manager level, that these area managers across the province would know this is my RIM budget for the coming season?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Okay. Thank the honourable member for the question. It is allocated. It's based on the per kilometre within each region. So that has been allocated, and my understanding of the process is that each regional manager puts together their plan. So they basically tell us what their allotment is going to look like. So they did receive that, and they're probably in the midst of crafting the plan now. Although again, with the individuals that we have in the ground for TIR, a lot of this they know it prior to getting their budget. They know what the requirements are and the responsibilities are, and certainly the priorities. So they do have access to those numbers now, and they'll I'm sure they're in the midst, if not completed, of how they're going to spend it.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Much. Thank the Minister, thank the staff. That concludes my questions. I'm going to pass it over to the member from Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just listening to the Minister talk over the last little bit, I don't envy that job one little bit, not a bit. But he's. I'm sure he would. But the Minister has been extremely gracious in all of our requests, and I certainly want to thank him for that. And I could talk about roads upon roads upon roads with potholes and so on. My only question really is on the back roads, the gravel roads. Apparently, some of the grading operators are saying there's not even enough there now to grade. I mean, it's down to bare rock now, and so I'm just wondering if anything can be done to get more gravel on the back roads.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for that opening comment. I appreciate that. But just so you know, I'm very comfortable in this role and in this job, because I've been disappointing people my whole life. So this is just another day at the office for me, honourable member. So, but no, it is. It is. You're never pleasing everybody, and that's what. It's just the nature of the business. But I think that it becomes about the importance of priorities and allocation. So we do our very best, and I think we're doing a good job using certainly the limited envelope we have, both for the major construction and for these types of local road issues. As the member would have heard yesterday, we have about 9,000 kilometres of gravel road, unpaved road, and really the how we do this, and it's connected to some of the RIM conversation with the member from Pictou East. It's really case by case, and I can tell the member that I've heard from literally dozens of people about the exact issue, that the gravel's become so thin and the dust in the area, and you know, a lot of times gravel roads coincide with some kind of construction, whether it be quarries or pits or those types of things, so which kicks up the dust, and it certainly affects people in the summer season. So that it is an important question. Largely the money for those gravel roads comes from the RIM budget. So there is a component of the RIM budget. There's also there is other allocations for gravel outside of the RIM budget as well. Yeah, so and it's regional based, again, based on kilometers in that particular area. And again, I would say to the member, the way we handle it and the way I handle it and the department for the most part, it's really case by case. And again, your regional TIR staff member, along with those on the ground who do this important work, they're very familiar. As you said, it's TIR folks saying that there's not enough gravel, so we take it case by case. So any of those extreme situations or any of the situations, you can bring it here to me personally, or you can take it to your respective member for TIR in that area, and they'll do their very best. I mean, again, they've got an inventory of what their priorities are, and some of those gravel roads are certainly in rough shape. I think that in the next couple of weeks we'll see a real hardening of those roads, so we'll get a better assessment, and that's when we can get out with the graders, get some of the loaders out there with gravel and do our best to patch them up. But it is largely a case-by-case basis, and gravel is another one of those things. It's very surprising when I came to the department to see the amount of money that we allocate for salt and we allocate for gravel. It's really staggering, the amount, and again, we're just doing enough to sort of keep up with the inventory of roads that we have. So we're doing our best on that one, but it is case by case. So any specific question or concerns, I think you could take it to the TIR staff, and they'd be more than happy to try to help you out.
The honourable member for Colchester-Musqueam Valley.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the Minister for his answer. Good luck, Mr. And thank you for caring.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I too would just like to comment on, I realize that the Minister has a difficult job, and I do appreciate the manner in which we've been able to work together on minor issues in solving out things in your jurisdiction. My question would be, I guess I would just like you to comment on the importance of the 5-year plan in terms of and how things get moved up, or things that aren't on the 5-year plan get done, or how important is that 5-year plan to your government's planning process, your department?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member for that question. It's certainly it is very important, and again, I've said this many times in the legislature, and I think it bears repeating, because this is ultimately what guides us. And with this 5-year plan, I think that the previous government who established this 5-year plan, I think it's a very reasonable way to go about things. And again, you know, we talk about our infrastructure deficit and the amount of money. I mean, it's pretty staggering to know that we spend $235 million in this budgetary year, and we'll be around that. We have been for the last few years. We'll be around that for the next few years. And really, you're just trying to keep up, and you're you know, for lack of a better term, you're inching along with some of these major projects. So how we do this basically is it's very, as I say, it's very non-political. For the priorities that you'll see in the highway plan and some of the things that are coming up, it's based on the metrics of TIR with some of the national standards for how you establish your priorities. So, you know, a lot of it's volume based. So as an example, I mean, we hear so much about some of our major arteries that have significant issues of incidents, accidents, fatalities, and of course that's the last thing we want to see as legislators. The 103, for example, that's one of our big focuses, and you'll see that the Ingrampoort interchange is in there between exit 5 and 6. That is a key piece that would allow for us to twin backwards towards Metro. So that's a stretch that's very important. Very high volumes, in excess of 10,000 vehicles per day, which is the threshold for twinning. So we basically prioritize it on what we see to be our most pressing need at that point. And again, the relationship with the federal government is very important there, and that's why, you know, we are very reluctant to ever criticize what the federal government do for these types of programs. The Building Canada Fund, the Gateway Fund, some of these large-scale project envelopes are critical for us. I mean, we just can't, when you look at some of the major projects that we have, we just can't do them on our own. It would take too long. And I mentioned the 103. The Burnside connector, the 107, is a massive project for all of Metro, and that's one that we've heard from all MLAs that are affected in that area and many Nova Scotians. That would certainly be the #1 priority for a lot of people in Metro who commute and know how bottlenecked it becomes, and Magazine Hill coming from Sackville and all points in between. So we prioritize that based on certainly what we see to be the priorities, and also for you know, what the federal government deems. Obviously, there's a federal presence here with Minister McKay and some of the MPs that are part of the government, and they have their input. And certainly, we talk to all the members of Parliament to see what, you know, if they align with their priorities align with ours, and we do our best to sort of marry the two. Again, we've had a tremendous relationship with the federal government. They take our what we believe to be commitments and priorities seriously, and I think that they allow us to guide how that allotment's spent. And again, we do relatively good with these projects. They're very fair in how they allocate to the province. So the 5-year highway plan establishes consistency, and we can tell Nova Scotians exactly what's coming down the pike for them for the next 5 years. So it is a good thing, and as the member from Northside Westmount mentioned, it is a breathing document, as it can be obviously updated annually, but the local roads, the plan for local roads is entirely annual, on an annual basis. So the member's talking about priorities and how we establish those. Again, for the local road component, it's all based on need and based on what we see to be pressing issues for Nova Scotians. So that's the reason that there's some fluidity in the local road side of our operations and our spending. And we just, again, we react to make sure that the investments we make are priorities based on road safety. So that's a bit of a glimpse. I'm sure I'm pretty general there. If the member has specifics, I'd be happy to oblige. Thanks.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I'm just wondering, and I think I heard you say a number for the threshold for twinning, and I guess I know all members of this House would join me in being, I had as you know, we as MLAs, we go to many funerals, and the day before Christmas I went to the funeral of a gentleman from my constituency who died in the Falmouth area in a tragic car accident, and I know that through that, many of my constituents would drive to Halifax every day through that Windsor-Falmouth corridor, and I'm just wondering if you could comment on, and maybe your chief engineer would know the traffic count through that area, and I'm just wondering what are the plans for twinning or fixing up that area, and does it, and I'm assuming it must justify twinning the traffic count very high through there.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member. Certainly that it is a concern for us. We are very aware of some of the challenges there. I've been on that road quite a bit in the last few months for different missions that we've done through the department to get a feel. As for the twinning, there are some sections that do meet that threshold, the threshold of the 10,000 vehicles per day. So obviously we're looking at that. We do have you know, pretty significant plans and that are in the works for how exactly we go about some of those areas, and that's the entire 101. We also, there's a number of short-term measures, and even in the last, just during this session, there's been all the members associated from all different, from all three parties that are connected to the Falmouth area and sort of their constituents use that corridor are concerned about some of the short-term things. So there are some short-term measures we're looking at as well. You know, for the most part, it's you can educate people, and you can try to tell them of the dangers, and you can you know, create enforcement realities, and the police do a tremendous job on that stretch. But at the end of the day, this becomes about engineering, and we have to do whatever we can to improve safety there. And twinning is always in the conversation, and it's that long-term funding that we have to work with the feds. And again, that area will be part of the discussion when we meet with our federal counterparts for the Building Canada Fund.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be, what is the actual traffic count through that area? What is the actual traffic count in that area?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
We can endeavour to get those numbers. We certainly have them in the department. I don't have them in front of me now. It probably would fluctuate. I mean, naturally, the traffic would be its thickest and densest as it's coming from Metro. And then, of course, with exits and people on and off the highway, there's fluctuation. So we probably have measures of each section and particular sections of the 101. So we can certainly get that, and I don't think it would take a whole lot of time. So we'll get that to you for sure.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I would just like to ask about, and maybe this is delving into the area of rumour, but there is sort of some indication that there will be work done on the 101 in the Digby-Clare area, and I notice it doesn't show up anywhere on the 5-year plan. I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There certainly is discussions about in that corridor as well. There's some traffic-related issue, and there's some challenges for the access. You know, what we see a lot of with some of the infrastructure across the province is that there's not a whole lot of options for controlled access, and I mean that's ultimately what makes the highway safer. The fact that there aren't homes and businesses on a corridor, and that they're very clear and free of those impediments, and that's obviously that increases safety and increases the traffic flow. We're certainly not at a point where we've identified specific funding, as the member mentioned it would be in the capital plan if that was the case. We're in the planning stages. We've been engaged with the local municipality. The local MLA has been involved as well, and we're just looking at what sections we can do and where we can start. Again, as part of that travel exercise that we did down that way, I got a bit of a feel for what areas would be relatively accessible for some of this work, and which would require major engineering and major design and planning. So what we've looked at, it's extensive design and planning, and which means extensive cost, and we'll work towards that. It is a priority for us to keep improving that corridor, and we'll endeavour to do so. But we don't have the specific numbers now, but we're working on those, and we'll continue to move it along.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if and again, I realize you've already said you'd get back to me on this, but what would the traffic count be in that area, I'm wondering?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably, and I don't have those numbers, you're right, and we'll get those. We can get them for the entire 101. That'll probably help you just get an understanding. And again, I'd probably benefit from seeing those specifics, as I hadn't seen them in one collective group. But I would think, and my assumption, Madam Chair, is that it's probably under the threshold for twinning, just based on the traffic that I can envision being in that corridor. But I don't know that for sure, so I wouldn't really want to speculate. So I'll tell you what, we'll put the numbers together, and then maybe we can have a chat about what the plan is moving forward.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering too, and again, this is probably, I noticed in the 5-year count, in Annapolis County, there's repaving scheduled. I'm wondering, I had a constituent tell me there's now survey stakes there. Would normally there be survey stakes where there's going to be repaving, or is that an indication of something else happening in Annapolis County in the 101?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Yes, the member's correct that there are survey stakes. Generally, there is some degree of surveying done with repaving projects, so that's pretty standard for the department. So that if the survey stakes are there, then that could be an indication that there's repaving.
The honourable member for Kings North.
And was that in the 5-year plan for this year? I guess that's my question. That section be repaved in Annapolis County? Was that in this year's 5-year? This year's version of that 5-year plan?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, which particular section is it?
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Annapolis County? Who's next after me?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Just quickly scanning through the capital plan. Highway 101 from exit 21 easterly to exit 20, 5.2 kilometers. Would that be the stretch? Yeah, that's in the capital plan under the repaving 100 series on page 9. So that's the standard.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I guess I'd like to switch just to a different topic, and that is I know that DTIR is in on capital construction of buildings, and I'm just wondering if you could comment on what is happening with the hospital in Kentville in terms of your capital plan or constructions. I know that there's something going on there, and I just wondering if you could let us know.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were just checking some of our information to confirm what we thought is the case. In any of these, a lot of these large-scale projects, TIR's involvement is in the initial, the design, and some of the engineering work that begins, whether it be a renovation or a full-scale build. But then, in particular, the Departments of Health and Education kind of control their own projects once we get past our first point. So that would be one for the Department of Health and Wellness to confirm. Again, we would have been involved early on, but at this point, we're clear of that one.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. I guess one other issue that I would have, and that it would be true in a lot of rural areas, is that there's a lot of constituents concerned about brush cutting. And I know that it was, as a farmer, I know that it was a number of years ago that the department stopped the spray program. And the brush cutting program hasn't really kept pace with the amount of brush growing on the sides of the roads, and there's many places where it's quite clear that if something isn't done really soon, the brush will no longer be brush and will require considerably more investment in time and energy to remove. And I'm just concerned that it's near getting out of hand in some places and will become much more difficult and much more costly to correct in a very short time. And where some cases the brush is now small trees with 4 or 5 inch diameter trunks, and this sort of dates back to the time when the spray program ended, and sort of would be what one would expect in the natural life cycle of trees and brush. And I'm wondering if your department is got plans to sort of how are you going to get this back under control, and do you recognize that you're really very quickly heading into a situation will be much more expensive to fix in a few more years than it is at the present?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member, certainly we understand the point about the spraying. However, obviously it was environmental considerations that moved us away from that process. And just to let the member know, we're in the ballpark in that RIM budget that the member from Pictou East brought up earlier. There's about $2 million in that range just for brush cutting. It's an enormous challenge, no question about it. Again, we hear from many people in that region on the brush cutting and the challenge. And you're absolutely right. When you get to it early, it's brush. When you get to it later, they're trees. So that's certainly a problem we have. And again, similar to my comments for the member from Colchester, Musquodoboit, that's one that I really would strongly advise talk to your local officials on the grant of TIR. It sounds like if there's a very specific, you mentioned a very specific corridor, then let's see what we can do to sort of address those, because if that's the worst place, then obviously that would be the best place for us to jump in there. So that's probably the advice I could give you.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Minister, for your answer to that question and your answers. I want to hand it over to my colleague from Pictou West right now.
Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I know we're about to exhaust our time at 10:43, so my question is pretty simple. I get confused with chip seal and double chip seal, and I believe that Caribou Island Road was either chip sealed or double chip sealed 2 years ago. and it has uprooted completely. It is a complete mess. I know there's other chip seal or double chip seal roads that have been done in my area that have sustained themselves. And, but Caribou Island Road is a complete mess. And I'm just wondering if the minister can just explain to me again what the difference is between the two. And perhaps if it's the Caribou Island Road, if it's a mess because it's surrounded by salt water, and that perhaps it should never have been chip sealed, and what we're going to do about it, because it's a hazard. Just recently, my daughter turned 16. I had her out driving, and she was like, "Mom, can we get a Jeep? Because it's just a complete mess after 2 years." So I'm just wondering if he can answer that question. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if she's confused about chip seal, that makes two of us. So I'll do my best to explain. No, it's one that actually the member brought this in a question very early on to the legislature, so that helped me sort of educate myself on it. And so the single chip seal is used for existing paving, so it's to cover existing paving. Gravel roads is the double chip seal. With respect to the Caribou Island Road, Bruce just informed me that there are certainly problems there, no doubt. We're seeing that across the province with some particular areas. From our understanding now that there will be soft spots in any of the chip seal regions that we do and in the roads. So we have it's the standing practice that now we have to go back. So we go back and fill those soft spots, and then we anticipate that the road will be relatively stable. So with that road in particular, our TIR is getting back there this year to address those soft spots. And again, as I said to the other members, if you want to be part of that process to let us know where those particular spots are, then by all means.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. Like, I guess the confusion is because the rest of them are, I think they are holding up okay, but the one in Caribou Island, I'm really wondering if they should investigate whether it has something to do because it's surrounded by salt water, and it's not going to be a patching situation. It's going to have to be completely redone. It's from one end right to the very end of the island. It's uprooted. The whole road is just, it's gone. And I really think that they should think about if it has something to do with the salt water, and perhaps you shouldn't be putting double chip seal close to salt water. I don't know, I'm not a scientist or anything, but it just seems to make sense to me because the rest are holding up. So.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for that question. By all means, if that's the case, I mean, chip seal is relatively new to the province and in our utilization of that, so I think we'll probably learn, and if that's the case, then naturally we're going to have an issue. If salt water affects chip seal, then we're going to have trouble in a lot of areas in particular, so that's something to keep in mind. I didn't add this to the last one, but so we do the patching this year for the Caribou Island Road. Next year it requires a complete new layer anyway, so that's coming. So we get that done for this year. Next year is the second layer. So, and then we'll obviously monitor, and you can keep us apprised of that, because if there are problems, it could be based on the salt water, it could be based on other factors of softening. So we'll get to those for sure.
The time has lapsed for the Conservative Party. We'll now move on to the NDP. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're getting the back end of the batting order, to the minister, and I'm trying to keep my baseball analogies to a minimum today. I want to join the other voices through you, Madam Chair, to the minister and the staff about what a great job his staff, and he does too. You know, I will. Leadership starts at the top, and I appreciate that. But in particular, this winter, I'm not stating, I'm stating the very obvious. This has been like a generational type winter that we haven't seen before, and the crews have been spectacular. I've got to say, in my office, between my home and office, I probably got 5 calls, and that's a credit to the operators and the dispatchers and everybody right down the line. You know, some people may say, well, you know, I didn't get this, but you know, but we get, as I'm sure maybe the minister does himself, he gets information via email from councillors too, but direct calls and emails, they were certainly under 20 if I want to put the whole thing for the whole year. And I think that's what's really a feather in the cap of those workers. And I think if there's a benefit of people that work out west now, besides bringing the money to Cape Breton, is that they get a chance now to see the conditions of roads in half provinces and see the conditions and see the Cadillac version that we have in this province. And I think if we have a problem here is expectations, because they're way up here. And as someone that's not that far removed from government, I certainly understand that, and I wish you well in reaching and hopefully succeeding people's expectations. But I'm sorry to say you probably won, and that's no fault of yours or your department's. It's just that I think through the years people have this expectation of every road will be paved, every road will be plowed, you know, before Walmart opens, and off they go. And I just it's as your staff knows, and you know too, that a former minister who was a very close personal friend of mine, who I think was a very good minister and a very good member in this House, worked his darndest and couldn't satisfy people. So Godspeed to you, Minister. Like I said, you're getting the last three hitters in our batting lineup, because the minister the member for the critic for TIR is over in DNR, so that's why you have to put up with us for a bit. But I want to ask some general questions, especially no surprise you from the Cape Breton area and area I want to talk about. One is the final phase of the 20 of the 125. And the member 2 interchange, I'll call it. When do you expect that to be completed, and will there be a roundabout at the intersection of that and Grand Lake Road?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the honourable member opposite. I do really appreciate his opening comments, and again, we truly appreciate the work of the staff on the ground, and they do tremendous work, and I know that you know, I do receive those calls and emails just like the member, just like all members in this House, and you know, the staff are incredible at what they do, and they've had a very exhausting winter, and now they get ready for the summer pothole season, then into major construction. So we're very fortunate, and again, I want to applaud the member. He's absolutely right. I think when you look at even the provinces like Alberta and Ontario, we're pretty lucky with the infrastructure that we have, and again, you can always do more, and you know, every investment you make in road safety is good for your people. But we do have, with the paving and construction, and with the snow plow, our standards are really second to none for the country. So those comments are very well received, and we appreciate that. On the 125, for the portions that are under construction now, it looks like their completion to that stage will be next year, towards the end of next year is our understanding. The question about the roundabout, if I can speak frankly, and I can't, we've got a range of options for that area. As the member knows very well, that corridor, which touches on some of his riding, there's been some significant fatalities and a large number of accidents there. The Spar Road 125 interchange is a very dangerous one. You see near misses almost every time you go through there, and again, there's been some significant accidents in that area. We've got a range of probably 7 or 8 options for how we could do the mouth of the 125 at Spar Road. What we've decided to do as a department is to engage the CBRM. We're going to bring our plans and our proposals down to the municipality. We want to have their input. I think this is one that really, regardless what we do, there will be some significant questions and concerns from the community. People, and again, you know, I'm just going to put this out there, but people really they fear roundabouts, and what I'm learning is that in a lot of cases, roundabouts they increase safety. The reality is that you have to slow down when you reach a roundabout. You're not really meeting anybody head-on at any point, which again is another important safety aspect of it. And once you get the rhythm of the mechanics of a roundabout, they're pretty seamless. And I know there's an important one at a very busy intersection in Truro that has worked very well. We also have one at a different spot in the 125 that, from my understanding, hasn't had a whole lot of problems. Now, having said all that, the significant level of traffic that this particular roundabout at the 125 would face, you know, we don't really have a case study on what kind of problems and what kind of issues we would see there. So that's why for us it's important to work with the CBRM, get their appreciation and perspective on it. There's issues of alternative transportation and with some of the trails that are being built that was you know, part of the plan under that member's government is being continued, and it's a good program. At this point, we're going to let the local municipality have their say and see what they want to do, and then we're going to we'll put it out to the public. All of this is for public consumption. We want people to see what we're doing. I may take some heat if that becomes the ultimate plan, and I may become the Minister of Roundabouts in Cape Breton, but that's okay. And we're going to do what's in the best interest of safety, and it looks like that may be one of the solutions, but we're going to keep working towards it. And if the member opts it, as again this hits very much home for him, if he wants to see those options, then by all means we could do so. Thanks.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, I would certainly, and I'll go on record today, that if you become the Minister of Roundabouts, that you'll have a supporter, not an enemy, in me. That, you know, we have to do things differently. It's as simple as that. Not, you know, I think the roundabout situation often is about resistance and change that people really don't like. If I'm in the car with my wife and we're heading up the 125 and going up to the taking that exit to Alexander Street, there's a fight, and guess who wins? So the accidents aren't necessarily outside the car, and I don't know if they're accidents. But I'm a supporter. I remember former Minister Ron Russell when he introduced some roundabouts. I think he was probably the first minister to introduce roundabouts in the province. And there's issues with them, but I tend to agree with you as it relates to the overall safety. But I think it's about getting used to it. It's something different. And as I said, I'm on the record because you know. Off the record, we've had discussions on this, and I said I would be supportive because I guess it's kind of leading into my next area, which I know I've asked you a question very shortly, there's a very short time allotment in question period, but about the whole idea of what's referred to as Sydney Gleis Bay Highway, in particular Kites Hill. You know, there has been some tragedies there, and the reality is that. I'm old enough to remember when that Sydney Gleis Bay Highway was just a 2-lane highway, and it was constructed and expanded to 4 lanes. And when places like CBU didn't exist on there, there was as near as many residential and a day when people didn't commute from the Waterford and Dominion Reserve, Gardner, and Gleis Bay, and so on, as often as they do today, into Sydney, and to get either to shopping locations or to receive medical attention at the regional. So one would expect over a span of about 30 years or so since that highway's been doubled in size, one can only imagine the amount of vehicular traffic on that road. And you know, so it's one of those things that it worked fine at the time of the construction because that was the reality of volume. Now I'm going to suppose, and I don't think I'm wrong, that the volume is much greater today than it was back 30 years ago. So I guess I'll use a baseball analogy, even you can hit this one. That where, you know, where we at, I know that the study is being done, and when can that be, when will you think it will be made public? I wouldn't be fair to ask you what some of the recommendations are. Even if you have the report, you're probably still studying it, so I don't want to do that to you. But what I want to know is that if there is any kind of substantive changes to be made there, what kind of priority will they be given to by your department?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member opposite. That is, it is a question that obviously is connected to the previous one about the 125, as the Kitesail corridor leads directly from that mouth of the 125. So I'll connect it there, and I'll say that the member's comments about the controlled access, and that's what this becomes. You talk about what you've learned over the years and how things advance, and the roundabouts is a relatively new technology here in North America that controls the road and provides road safety, and that's part of an engineering component that we can use to utilize and increase road safety. And again, these roundabouts exist all over the world, really, and they're very common in Europe. Where in Cairo, Egypt, where I lived for a year, there's really no traffic lights at all. It's entirely roundabouts. So again, I think that there will be some growing pains, no doubt, if that becomes the ultimate plan for the 125 and for Grand Lake Road. But I think that, you know, that there is a measure of improved safety. So it's going to be a conversation that we'll have, and I think that people will ultimately get used to it. In terms of, and again, the member talked about the Sydney-Glace Bay Highway. We would never, and I've got Bruce here who would verify this, as well as some of the staff who are in the legislature today. We would never build a highway of this nature if in 2014. The whole idea of safety and the focus of safety is exactly that the member touched on, and that's controlled access. You don't want homes and businesses on a corridor that has an 80-kilometer, 90-kilometer, 110-kilometer limit. That's obviously, you see the major arteries that are built now with the 101, 104, 102, 118, 103, 101, keep going down the list. The whole idea is that there's no access other than for on and off ramps. So it makes perfect sense. And again, the Sydney-Glace Bay Highway is littered with driveways, Cape Breton University. There's a number of businesses along that stretch. The airport is there. So, you know, that probably could have been done differently. But again, that's the benefit of hindsight, and now we deal with what's the present. And on that corridor is the Kitesail area with Kitesail and Doolan's Lane. What happens for the benefit of the House that doesn't deal with it on a daily basis, like myself and the member from Cape Breton Centre. This area is very high traffic. It comes from the 125 into it. It brings you into the communities of New Waterford, Reserve, Tanglewood, Dominion, Glace Bay, and then all out through Cape Breton, Myra, Lewisburg. You access that riding from that side. You can with Donkin, Morey, and Birch Grove, and right into Myra. What happens is there's heavy traffic, and the Kitesail corridor and Doolan's Lane are right turns off the highway. There's also access to streets on the left side of the highway, and it's become very dangerous. There's been you know, very significant accidents there. There's been a number of fatalities there, and it's a problem. So to answer the question simply, it is a priority for our government and for the department. And in fairness, this is one that you know, it certainly hasn't been started in the last 7 months. This is a conversation and an issue for TIR that's been going on for a number of years. I can tell the member that we had a public meeting with the residents, and it was well attended. Hatchmont McDonald is the engineering firm who are doing the prospective options for Kitesail. I think that there was maybe 4 or 5 options for how we would do that. Most of those included roundabouts. Certainly the long-term plan for that area included roundabouts, and there was some talk about how many lanes the roundabouts would be associated with and some of these other things. I can tell the member that for the most part, based on that meeting and based on some of the public feedback, people are not in any way afraid or nervous or concerned about the roundabouts. They understand that with a roundabout comes reduced speed. They're okay with that. They understand that you know, it'll certainly slow traffic, and obviously that's the focus. But what they were really concerned about, and some of the things that we will adjust, and again, these are only recommendations, but what we'll take very seriously, is that the residents of the Kites Hill area, they weren't big on some of the short-term suggestions that we had, that Hatch had as part of their consultation and their study. So reducing the road to what they say refer to as a road diet, so creating a turning lane in the middle, reducing the speed to 70. Some of those things that were suggested really didn't seem to have the interest of the crowd that were there that day, and I think the crowd that were there that day are very representative of the overall picture and the residents that have concerns. So I think that we're certainly in the right direction with what Hatchmont McDonald came up with. I think it will produce a number of options, and I think that there's a few of those that are extremely viable. And again, we've opened up a window, I think till February of 2014 for public consultation. Now as the department, we're reviewing what that feedback is and putting together the final plan. And again, like everything else, we're not going to jam this on people. We're going to give them the information, let them know what we're thinking, and of course the public will react. I think that, you know, there's a question between access and mobility, and you know, this is a very busy corridor, and I think that, again, part of the challenge is the member opposite may regret his support of the roundabout, Minister, because this will be an issue of reduced speeds coming through that area, and I think that will be an adjustment for people. The reality is that when you have an issue like this with Kites Hill, it's very interesting and engaging and important for the people in Kites Hill because of these fatalities and because of these very serious accidents that have taken place there, and that's rightly so. There's also the commuting public that use that road a couple times a day that didn't come to the meetings, and they don't know what the options are, and they'll never know until all of a sudden they're driving to work, or they're driving to school, or they're driving to the mall, or they're driving downtown Sydney, and they see a roundabout there. So, you know, there will be some reaction to those folks who aren't necessarily engaged at this point, but again, that's the responsibility of the government and of the department to try and share that information and get that to people, and then look, we're going to do what's right and what's safe and what the best option is. So we're moving towards that, and I do that. Off the record, we've had many conversations about this, the member and I have, and I know he's very interested, and he represents that area well, and he wants to see the best option. So he supports what TIR is doing. He knows that there's no politics in this. This becomes about what's the safety thing and the right thing to do, and we're going to do that, and we certainly appreciate his input on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
I thought somebody knew me. But I thank the minister for his answer on that. It's interesting too, because when we're talking about like highways like that, there's many factors, right? There's the factor foremost in everybody's mind is safety and conveyance of vehicles, but some people seem to lose sight of one of the other major roles is we have major highways for our commerce, right? And I realize with what's probably going on in the high end, I'll call it, let's say, as you would know the area, Minister, through you, Chair,
Thank you.
is there's an issue, say, from the 125 intersection going east towards the Gleis Bay area, and there's another issue going west, if you want to call it, into Sydney, into Grand Lake Road and Welton Street, because I know there's from time to time people are looking at building or expanding businesses there, and it seems to be like a lot of them are in a state of limbo because of really what's going to happen there, and that's and so I guess is there any thought being given to that, what I'll refer as the western section, okay, just so we'll know, or from the 125 towards Sydney, we'll call it, where I know you're obviously, and I know, I'm pretty sure Mr. Fitzner is aware of some of the concerns, like there are car dealerships, there are other small businesses looking to expand, looking for another right-of-way onto the Grand Lake Road in particular. So I'm wondering if that will be treated holistically with, as we had talked earlier about the 125 or excuse me, the Kites Hill issue, or will that be a separate, that will be viewed separate and maybe done at another time? But I've known in the past that a few businesses have contacted me, have contacted the member from Sydney Whitney Pier about issues around, you know, certain things that they're restricted because of their business from, I guess, access, I guess is the way to put it. So will that view of the study, will that be holistic, like let's call it from the airport, where just about where the twinning stops, from the airport right into would have been the former City of Sydney limits?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member. There is, with the hatch study for Kites Hill itself, it's a very specific corridor. So that's going to be almost to what the member would know as where the Cape Breton Drive-In turnoff is. So that it doesn't go as far as Cape Breton University. So everything as is stays there. And I know there's some developments that are in and around Cape Breton University, and they're a concern too. But this, with particularly the Kites Hill section, the corridor there, that's very specific to that. Moving westerly, the 125, that's obviously a major project, and you know, with all the options, there'll be a big impact on that specific area. I know the member's familiar with you know, some of the businesses that are directly on the corner of that mouth with A.W. Leal, and there's some other contractors up there. We've looked at, as a department, we've looked at access management for that region, particularly the ones that will be the most affected by the construction and the ultimate layout of the intersection there at the 125. The problem is now is that a lot of them already exist, and as the member would know, it's probably our most congested commercial area, which of course is a good thing for our economy, but we have to certainly limit the impact on these businesses and those who are closer to that intersection. It's almost going to be a case-by-case basis, where as we develop the plan, we'll use the CBRM as a conduit of information as well, to let them know exactly what the plan is when it's finalized, what kind of distances we need in and around that intersection. But as of right now, I think that everything that we would need to consume and expropriate in terms of land, we know that's there now. So there isn't too many land issues with respect to the businesses. As for the access, I think we'll have to look at some kind of access management. The last thing we can do, and the worst thing for us, is to impact any business by this decision. So obviously road safety is paramount, no question, but we've got to mitigate and limit any kind of damages that would be done to a small business and all the entrepreneurs that are on that stretch. So we'll look at that for sure. Again, with the plans that I've seen, there's no direct impact on any of the businesses in that area, other than some in that very immediate area of A.W. Leal, which I've been in contact with Mr. Leal on some of those issues. So outside of that, it looks like we just proceed and take it as is. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for the answer. It's I want to talk again, some of the previous members that talked about J-class roads, and I got to tell you, good luck, eh? I've been doing this for 16 years, and I got to say, my hair was your color when I started. and I think most of it's because of J-class roads. My theory, and I could be wrong, and it wouldn't be the first time, that the responsibility of TIR when it comes to, like, whether it's snow removal and maintenance, it comes from the 100 series highway and works down the trunk highways and so on, and the J-class roads end up being the kind of the lonely child out there, if you will. But, and I could use some other phrases, but they wouldn't be parliamentary. But the fact is that, and I know that's where a lot of RIM money goes and so on. That's what it is. But it's been my observation over the years that, and TIR have been good to enter into agreements about transfer of ownership in areas. One in particular I talked about would be the Scotchtown area. Not other members would know, and I know the minister knows the area I speak of, where it was those J-class roads, for the purposes of snow clearing, were transferred over to in a service exchange with CBRM, which makes sense, because you tell the story, like, people in that area could basically look out their window and see the CBRM town garage in New Waterford, and the workers would be hosing off the snow plows. They'd be finished. They'd be after doing all in New Waterford, and these folks weren't even being plowed out yet, which irritated a lot of people, and which is one of those things that why people kind of hate governments. Say, like, no, isn't that stupid, right? Here it is. They've got plows. They've got workers. It's all there, and yet we're still, we're relatively the same community, right? And thanks to TIR, and CBRM working together. But I guess that's a long way of asking a question about the ability for TIR to have the appropriate equipment to clear a lot of those J-class roads, because a lot of them, especially in older areas of Cape Breton, in Cape Breton County area in particular, they weren't designed roads. They were some guy and a couple of family members that worked in the pit, and all of a sudden they built a road themselves. They would actually, I know roads that people would actually have taken slag home from the pit, built the road up, got a road, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, lo and behold, it's listed as a road, and boy, the province owns it. Yeah, it gets election, as they say, it gets election thickness paving. But I guess the point I'm trying to make here is, has there ever been consideration given to these roads really do not need the huge big plows that do our 100 series and our trunk highways, of using a smaller piece of equipment to do the clearance, that because where I'll use the Scotchtown example, where I used to get lots of complaints about damage to fences and so on, because these were narrow roads. The operators did what they could, but the equipment is this big and the roads are this big, and so we'd have fences knocked over because of snow removal and so on. And I've often wondered if the TIR has given any thought to using more appropriate sized equipment in those areas, rather than the exact same piece of equipment they would use, to remove snow from our 100 series and our trunk highways.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for that question. I had a couple emails this year that said, thanks so much for paving my street, and now you owe me a new mailbox. So I can certainly appreciate the point. Yeah, I can certainly appreciate the point the member is bringing. The reality is, again, and I talked about this, and it's a down-home question, and it was brought to the House earlier by the member from Northside Westmount, just about the service exchange agreement that we're working on, and it's one that, even though it exists, and you try to swap roads to fit each other's efficiencies and program and schedule and those types of things, it's still a work in progress. So we've committed this year, and again, I had some of our TIR people on the ground working closely with the CBRM. It was actually a meeting that I sat in with some councillors, Councillor Sakery and the Mayor Clark, and Councillor Brookswager, and some TIR staff and some CBRM staff. So they had some ideas about how we, some very spirited ideas about how we change things and improve things, and this service agreement would allow us to more tailor the types of services we're offering. And again, the member is right. Ultimately, we have our fleet, and it's well over 400 pieces of equipment now, and we do have single access vehicles, axle vehicles that we use for some of the more narrow roads that we have. And if it, a lot of the times that will make sense that the municipality would take that type of road and we would switch one out. But in the cases where we don't, we try to use the appropriate size equipment. But the reality is that when we've got certain fleet in certain areas, we just put them out there and get them moving. So absolutely point well taken. If we can use a right size vehicle for the conditions, then we do that. But in the instances where we don't, we have to use the larger plows. We do utilize them on those streets to make sure that they're done. And as the cleanup begins and the melting begins, you start to see the effects of plows, displacing gravel for sure, and mailboxes and those types of things. So it can be a source of frustration for people. But again, like every other component of the TIR exercises, we're doing our best to alleviate those. Thanks.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know where you got your Kevlar vest to wear at that meeting. And I realize what you're saying, because under the description of no good deed goes unpunished, I was watching a news story the other day, and I don't know what network, doesn't matter, here in Metro, and people complaining. I remember for years complaining of people being responsible for cleaning their own sidewalks. And then the story was people complaining now because the bobcats and what they've done to their roads. So here's the tail and go chase it. I think it's what we're doing a lot of times, but that is very tough. I'm going to just ask a few more questions, then turn it over to our critic. But a few more questions. J-class roads and I tell you, be truthful, that I'm remiss in getting in some details to Gerard about priorities for RIM money and so on. So I have to talk some more to Gerard about that. But I guess I'll use first names. I find a lot of times, and I'm asking probably Bruce would know more about this from the engineering perspective, but people will come to me and say, look, really, it's been years since X Street has been done, and when you try to explain that there's more to it than slapping some blacktop on something, and that they got to go in. It goes back, I guess, to a bit of the question I asked before regarding how roads got there. In areas there's not a whole lot of engineered roads. These were roads that were really, and I'm not being flippant about it, that were, I remember them as a child, being built by people. They extended their property in some ways and gave their sons and daughters houses, and they banged a road through. And I think, matter of fact, I think I was, for a laugh one night, I was with Bruce and a former deputy. We showed this one family that wanted their road paved, and it was really as a roundabout. They put a round in the end of the road, and so really, they built a couple of family homes off it, and then they wanted to call it a street. And there's another one just like it. So it's good luck with that. I'll send them your way when they call again. But those are issues. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is, how important is it when you come in and have to resurface a paved J-class road, that it's not just the blacktop, but it's the ditching and all of the other associated work? Can you tell me, is that the style of work that you want to do? Because my idea is I'd rather pay the price up front than pay if it's $100 to do it right, and rather than do the $50 one and do that 3 times. So I want to get the feeling of the department on that.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member. Certainly, and we feel the pain of the J-class roads, and this is one that's probably a long-term thing for the department, and of course it always comes back to fiscal realities, but for both of ourselves and the municipalities. But the municipal units are offered every year an allotment of money from the province to do some work on some of the shared roads, and the reality is that they usually say no because they can't afford it. So it's one of those things that we kind of budget for, but then the uptake is scattered. So I think that's something that long term we've got to work on. I mean, taking the politics out of it, there are some challenges for municipalities, and the increasing of costs for various services that they provide are weighing them down. So I think this is one area for our department that we'll try to help in again, and it's limited funds for sure. The members talking about our approach for those roads and how we repair them. I think it's certainly easy to say that it's case-by-case basis, and a lot of it's on volume and a lot of it's on the condition of the road. When I first met Bruce and came to the department, it was probably only a few weeks, and he showed me a graph and sort of describes how we do things. And this, the member talks about frustrations and some of the perceptions of the public, and this is one that's certainly a source of frustration. Newer roads are cheaper to renovate and refurbish and strengthen than the old roads. So when you're on that sort of the life cycle of a road, as you get towards the end and these roads are a mess, then the only option for them is to completely pulverize them and start over. So that obviously becomes very expensive. So I guess the goal is, if you look at that spectrum between brand new roads and roads that have to be pulverized, where we want to get these roads really is somewhere in the middle of that spectrum, where it's going to cost, and he used the example, it's going to cost $50 now or $100 in 2 years, so we might as well invest the $50 now. That's kind of the method that we use, that we apply for a lot of our local roads and those secondary roads. We want to get to them when you get to the point where you're rebuilding the base and you're basically pulverizing the entire corridor and starting over. That's when you get into the real money. So for us, it's the value for money for Nova Scotia taxpayers. So anytime that we can identify a road that needs an immediate fix, that's going to be a much more expensive problem later, to the member's point, then that's what we'll do. So that's been the challenge. Certainly there's no easy answers for the J-class roads. We're getting to them as best we can, and we'll continue to do so. But it is a case of individual situations, and if things change drastically, as they can with road infrastructure, then certainly the local staff signal that to the department, and we do our best to address those.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will, I'll probably end with a question and just a remark, and then I'll turn it over to the critic. You touched on a subject that's very, very fundamental to a lot of lot of the municipalities, in particular one that I'm sure, through you, Madam Chair, that the minister's been more than made aware of, is financing or at least partnering on J-class roads. Remember a time when a road got sold and in the old county area, you automatically flipped to the ownership of the province, and then that was changed in the early 2000s, I believe, and now it's it was kind of like a partnership that the province would offer so much money and a dollar for dollar amount, like the 50-cent dollars up to a certain amount. I'm thinking it was $1 million or something like that. But I know last year when CBRM, for instance, didn't do any capital at all, and so obviously didn't avail themselves of that. And I don't know where they're at as regards their budget, if that option is, I'm assuming the option is on the table for them, from the province still to do that. It's a matter of them finding the other 50 cents. So that will kind of be my question. If you wish to answer it, or you can leave it as a statement, that's fine. But I want to say, I want to thank you again, your staff. It's trying times. It's amazing that there isn't more injuries to your workers, and for the amount of work they do, but just by the mere fact that they're out when everyone else is home, And people forget that they also got to make their way to work. And that if I can put any kind of plug in at all, is that we as drivers and people who use the roadways, is that get out of their way, let them do their work, and let them be safe, and let them come home to their family. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to the Minister and the staff, it's certainly a privilege, and I can tell you that this is one of the most pleasing atmospheres that I enjoy of this whole job, is this direct discussions with the ministers, and I really appreciate our democratic process that we have, and to hold the minister accountable. And I enjoy the atmosphere of it one-on-one, and you get to appreciate and ask direct questions, not only from Nova Scotians as a whole, but as an interest from your own constituency. So I just want to make sure that the minister is aware of that. I'm going to open up with a question that, first of all, I asked on this floor in the most recent days, and something I know the minister is concerned about, and I think all of us as MLAs in Nova Scotia, is a safety issue. And the safety issue is concerning a bridge in Milton. And it was the previous former Minister of Transportation identified the Milton Bridge as a concern regarding safety. The bridge is roughly over 113 years old, and it was identified to be replaced, and the construction to start in Milton, Liverpool in 2014. And my understanding from the department, and I've had some updates from your own local staff, and that construction work is not going to start, to my understanding, until 2015. I asked the minister in the earlier days of leading up to this discussion we have today, can the minister bring us an update and more details on the evaluation of that bridge, and can he confirm for the people of the Liverpool area, Milton area in particular, the construction timelines? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member to the member opposite for the question. I guess it's pretty much the same answer that I provided to the member earlier this week in question period. There's no particular reason why this bridge was moved back a year. What typically happens, this was my assumption, and I just confirmed with Bruce, is that there must be some kind of, I don't know if it's in the design or in the environmental, I'm not sure what exactly the specific details of what the delay is. I can tell the member, I'll assure the member that the residents nothing has changed with respect to the department. We're still replacing that bridge without question. Now, obviously, it not being in this plan means that there was some kind of delay, and I can tell the honourable member that we'll get a note together on why exactly that is the case, and we'll be happy to provide it, and then he can share it with his constituents and the people in this region. Again, I said this in my opening, and this has been a bit of a theme with respect to the bridges. We won't allow anyone to be on an unsafe bridge or an unsafe structure in any event. So our engineers, and I know the member talks to the local department representatives regularly in his region, but we'll check on those details. There is no reason from my end. I just assumed that the project was proceeding, to be perfectly honest with you, so we'll get that detail back to the member as soon as we can.
Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Well, again, I thank the minister's response, and I appreciate the answer, and I also indicated what I heard there was that the construction will commence in 2015, so that's reassuring. Over the last few months, the Minister of Transportation has alluded to the fact, and I want to bring, Madam Chair, through you, is the 10-mile road, the 203, excuse me. The locals refer to it as the 10-mile road. I think the minister is familiar with that, and I find it difficult knowing addressing roads, because the locals have certain names for it, and we simply refer to it as the 10-mile road, and the minister is very familiar with that. So my question is, Since the minister, your government had just, in the last 6 months, you talked about a possible option. And one of the things that I know that has really brought my attention was the option of turning that road, which is a paved road, and it's one of the ones that has been a priority of myself for a number of years. And the options that I heard the minister allude to was returning that road to gravel. And I'm going to leave it at that because I'm going to get into other questions here. But to me, that is not the right direction. And I know I'm going to give the minister an opportunity to address that because I believe that is a main artery in that particular area for a number of reasons for commercial use and for residents just enjoying that particular the location of that. What I heard the minister say was that was a option that they were pursuing. So I'm going to give the minister an opportunity to say what is the directions of that 203 Tin Mine Road, and I hope it's not turning into gravel. And I'm hoping that the response is going to be that it's going to be repaved. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member opposite. And this was, I think, it was part of a dialogue during one of the question periods a number of weeks ago with respect to the honourable member and I on a question. And I do agree with the member that this mechanism for exchange is much easier and kind of less intense and politicized as the question periods are. So it's easy to give a little bit more of an elaboration on the Tin Mine Road as I didn't even know the numbers till now. I just call it the Tin Mine Road as well. So you can see that I am familiar with it. It's been subject to media attention, particularly when one of the CAA's road lists came out. The small business owner who is obviously relying on that road, although I think they're at the paved end of the road or certain portions of it. What I can tell the member opposite is it doesn't, and I'll be very honest to answer the last piece of his question first. We just can't see the volume for it being repaved. I think that the stretch of the road and the very, very low volume is something that I just don't think we can entertain full paving at this time. However, having said that, the gravel conversation came from some exchanges between local individuals and the TIR department, and basically what it was that would probably, and again being very open, that would probably be the best option for that road to get any immediate work. As I think that the member may have caught the last exchange between myself and the member for Cape Breton Centre, and there's a spectrum where we've got obviously the new roads that are in tip-top shape, and they require very minimal, if none at all, upkeep, versus those that are at the other end of that spectrum, and they're so damaged and destroyed that it now requires complete pulverizing and starting over. There are a number of significant sections of the Tin Mine Road that are almost in that area. So what we're looking at, there was never any plan, I can assure the member, any ever plan at this point from the department to completely pulverize and gravel. So that was not, that would be one of the options for sure. That is not something that we've progressed on, and I can tell the member that based on the replies from the community, not just himself as MLA for that area and a resident in that region, but other MLAs have said the same thing, and residents, even ones who understand that we have to make particular choices, they understand where we're at, but at the same time they say gravel's not full gravel for that road is not a great idea. If there were certain sections maybe, but not full gravel. So we understand that to the honourable member, and we hear that loud and clear. What we have looked at in the immediate is the option of looking at the worst areas, those that have to be almost completely redone, to gravel some of those areas just as a short-term measure, and then look at the prospects of double chip seal down the road. And again, I can tell the member quite openly that this is it is always a question of volume, and the volume is very low. Now, and the argument that you would get the counter, and I understand that, is, well, if the road was better, it's the chicken and the egg, where if the road was better, you would have more traffic, and that makes sense too. I mean, when you connect the two regions that that road connects, it kind of makes sense that you could make that argument to a certain extent. So obviously we want the Tin Mine Road to be in the best possible shape. If it was, you know, gravel for some of the worst areas at this point, and then look at possible chip seal, we could certainly do that. Again, though, I'll tell the member that we're gonna engage him, and we're going to talk to the MLAs in that region and continue to consult with the public. And we don't want to force anything on anyone. And the fact that the conversation about making it entirely gravel was something that was one of the sort of the immediate options, and based on the replies and the feedback that we've received, that doesn't seem like the optimal option for the people that live there. They would prefer, or the people that use it, they would prefer for us to just continue patching as opposed to going to gravel. But again, the issue is you can patch so much, but as the member would know, that road's in such dire straits that it's getting to a point where just patching is no longer possible because the road area, the infrastructure, the base is so bad. So we're working on it, we're paying attention to it, and again, I can tell the member that there's no specific plan in place, and we're not moving forward on any plan to gravel the Tin Mine Road at this point in its entirety.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly I may need another cycle of time to get into the question here, but the Minister, we're having a good discussion here, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but you talked about the criteria of how these are established, and it's something I want to get in later on, but I think I need to lay the groundwork, pardon the pun here, but I need to lay that foundation to actually make a point, and I think I can successfully do that. So we'll get to the criteria and the volume count later on in the question. It may be the second round. But what I want to establish now, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, is double chip seal. And I can tell you, since taking on forming government 4 years ago and becoming a minister, and the MLA back in 2006, roads in rural Nova Scotia, and I know that I've said this before, when you come to Halifax, it's like entering another universe. And please understand that it's because the roads in rural Nova Scotia are on everyone's mind, and especially gravel roads. And we've gone through a really tremendous winter where we have fluctuations of winter thaw, and the minister is very aware of that. So I'm laying the groundwork here for establishing a selling for double chip seal. And to me, I want to just back up and make a point that when I entered this particular job, the previous government was established, and their policy, and I'm not here to score political points, but I have to make this analogy, is that the previous government, their policy was never, in 10 years that they had government, would never look at gravel roads. And I went out and spoke to the members and the constituents right across my constituents, and I felt that this was fundamentally wrong. And I was convinced that we had to change that. And I can say to my colleagues and the members of the House, we had an opportunity to do that, and we did change that policy when we were 4 years. So this is where my question is going. I realized that fundamentally there was people on these gravel roads that held important jobs. There was important infrastructure on them gravels like wharfs, and people wanted to get back and forth to their work, and they're taxpayers. And there's been large developments over 25 years, and for the previous government to say, no, we're concentrating on our existing paved roads, and we don't have any interest in gravel roads. We changed that policy, and we went out and said, okay, we need to do something, and we addressed, and we, as a government, we started putting double chip seal in places like Clyde River and East Sable. And this is where I'm going with the question, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, is I can stand here for the next 2 weeks and give a speech on this, but to me, it's a simple exercise, Madam Chair, is for the present minister to go and do a road tour and hear the testimonies. And this is my plea to you directly, through you, Madam Chair. is hear the testimonies on those particular roads. East Sable Road and Shelburne, Clyde River, and now the new Barrington Argyle. That is not staged. That is a direct, you go into the local store, you go to the local hardware store, or you go to the individual that's actually working in the yard and you ask them individuals. And they will tell you that that has been a life game changer. And to me, is to know how important that particular policy is that, to me, it's a simple exercise. And my question is direct. To me, there should be a budget line each year that you can go out and do X in each constituency in rural Nova Scotia, and you're going to address whether it's going to be 10 kilometres or 15 kilometres in each given constituency across Nova Scotia. And to me, that is a clear message of people can see how you are going to progress and to address these roads one by one. And people get it. People understand that. So my question is, do you believe in double chip seal? And will you commit to go to see where these roads have been done and get the testimonies from Nova Scotians and see how successful that particular project is? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member. In short, I believe I've got all the faith and all the confidence in my department. I think they do tremendous work, and you know, from the ground up, those on the ground that are plowing and salting and fixing the roads, to those that are here in the department that guide a lot of these policies and decisions. If the group that's surrounding me decided that chip seal and were part of the decision to bring in the chip seal capacity, then I fully support it. So I guess my answer to that one is yes. It's also a yes if I'm down in that member's way. I would be happy to tour the roads. I'm not sure how reluctant or open the residents will be to give me their testimony, so we'll have to rely on the member to make those introductions maybe, but the point is well taken, and as the member was discussing those two roads in particular, they did meet the criteria, and again, I think that this is the important part for us, that there is this criteria set, and the member mentioned this in question period about the politics of paving, and I agree with him that by having these metrics and by having these standards and by having these criteria, then you avoid those types of decisions. And it did happen in the past, and I don't think any party's entirely clean and above that. But things are different these days, and people pay attention, and they know which roads are being done, and they want to know, at least if it's not their road, that the decisions were made in fairness. And with those roads that the member mentioned, again, they were double chip sealed because they met that 300 vehicle per day minimum that has to be there. So, and that's good news for those areas. We looked at the topic of late debate was the Old Ferry Road in Antigonish, and that road's a mess. And it has cottages, it has fishing licenses, something that the member opposite can certainly appreciate and understands an immense amount about that industry, and the fact that they need access to their boats and the Seascapes cottages needs their patrons an opportunity to get to that building and those cottages for next week. During St. Yves convocation. I think those decisions are important, and this for me highlights a fact that the member and I opposite probably have a bit of a disagreement on, and I really believe, and this isn't the partisan talk. This is as two individuals talking about the roads and the condition of the roads in the province. I think it's very difficult to establish a 5-year plan for local roads, the same as the previous government, as part of his cabinet. The 5-year highway infrastructure program makes perfect sense because you can forecast the money, you can forecast what's required, you can forecast what that corridor is going to be, the engineering and the design and all those things, and the effect on the community and on the economy. So I think it's good for that reason. With the local roads, I truly do find there's a measure of flexibility that should be built in. And if all of a sudden some of these roads, and we'll use the Old Ferry Road, if there was an increase in traffic, if there was an additional business, then maybe it does meet the threshold. So maybe the conditions change. And I think that should that not be on any road be not on a 5-year plan, the conditions change to the point where it would warrant a look at major improvements like chip sealing or double chip sealing, then that changes the dynamic. So I think that's the whole idea here is to get to those roads. We've got 9,000 kilometers of unpaved roads that the TIR is responsible for, and we wish everyone that are on those gravel roads could have the same fortune as the residents of Sable and Clyde in the fact that they received double chip seal. So we'll continue to apply those metrics and look at specific situations, and where we can pave we will, and where the upgrades for gravel roads like culverts and ditching and brush cutting is required, we'll do that as well. So we just keep on moving and trying to improve road safety for all Nova Scotians.
The time has lapsed for the NDP. We'll be now going back to the Conservative Party. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and staff for being with us. It's been a little over a couple hours, Minister. Do you or your staff need 5 minutes, or are you good to go? Good to go? Very good. Just a few questions from me, and probably no surprise where I'm going at all. I know that my colleague from Kings North raised an issue earlier. I don't think he really got into what I want to talk about, and that is that particular section between exit 5 and I guess exit 7 and west of exit 7, a few kilometers there that we've seen unfortunately some issues over the years, and I appreciate the offline discussions that we've been able to have and updates. Working with your deputy has been great. Mr. LaFlèche is always fun to converse with, and he tells me how others are driving him as well, and I like to hear that because that's a good thing in transportation. So I do appreciate what's going on there, but I guess just today, for the purpose of getting on the record here, the fact that we're talking about it, and I asked the deputy when I saw him here in the House actually the other day about time frame. We were talking, one of my requests was about a specific area more than anywhere else, and it was that Falmouth area west toward Hansport to where it begins to Twinning, and the opportunity may be there for a Jersey barrier. I know the deputy was out there, and maybe your Mr. Fichtner may have been there as well. I think they were down in the valley a few weeks ago and having a look at this, and the deputy explained to me that there's some issues with regards to certain areas where the road may not be wide enough, but he thought at that time perhaps that worst section might actually be able to, we might actually be able to do something with that for the temporary, for the interim. And I know in talking to yourself, Minister, that we're looking at a long-term plan there, which is actually great to hear, given that it's been no plan for the past 5 years. And what makes this such an interesting section of highways is you're coming off two ends that are twin, and it bottlenecks, and people I think are, they're thinking they're a little more casual when they're driving, they're looking around, they're enjoying the day, etc. And then all of a sudden there's this odd entrance back into a single highway, and that's really what's there. And if anyone's drove it, and I know Mr. Fichtner has driven it, and you probably do notice it's got a funny tilt into it, and you come onto the bridge, and I guess really on behalf of the people that I represent down there who travel that area, it's, can we put a section in there of a Jersey barrier in the interim? Can we do some extra signage that says, hey, you're coming into a more dangerous area? Can we reduce our speeds through there? Can we put more lighting in there? Those are a few factors that probably work. I know everything costs, but in the grander scheme of things, it's probably quite minimal as opposed to just jumping right on and saying we're going to not do anything and wait until it's twinned. And I know there's been a fair bit of movement there, so I'd be just interested to see your thoughts if we can, where we're at with time frame, and maybe you can give one, maybe you can't, but I know people down my way certainly are anxious after the number of incidents that we've had. There's some quite detrimental, obviously.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member from Hants West for those comments. And I certainly anticipated him asking this question today, because this is a conversation that we've had since me taking over in the tenure and in the post as Minister for Transportation. This is an example, and again, I say this, but I'm fortunate to have a department that's void of a lot of politics. I mean, this becomes about road safety. It becomes about what the priorities are for Nova Scotians, and we look at areas of concern, and many of the major highways, the 101, certainly no exception to that. And It was in the throne speech for a reason, as we've committed to all the MLAs and other residents of along that entire highway to do some work. And I just want to say on the record, and I hope that some of the members' constituents are watching today, he's done an incredible amount of work on this particular area in Falmouth. You know, he's come to us with suggestions and he's talked to the department, so he's had a very good ongoing dialogue with the department staff, and he does appreciate the amount of A, money, and B, planning and processing that goes into the twinning part of this exercise in that area. However, he's been very adamant that there are short-term measures that we can take, and he's been the one that's been pushing that for the most part. He mentioned my deputy, Paul LaFleche. Paul was there with Bruce. Bruce Fitzner is the chief engineer. They were in that stretch taking pictures. In fact, the gentleman emailed the honourable member and myself back to show that they were there and showed the pictures, and I remarked that that was the cleanest hard hat and safety vest I've ever seen. There isn't a mark on it, so I know these two gentlemen spent more time in the office than they did in the field, but I won't focus on jokes about Bruce at this point because he's been a great help to me, so I'll let him off the hook. But you know, this is what we have for the honourable member is a plan over the next couple of weeks. We've looked at the Jersey barrier, and again, there are, he mentioned that there's problems with the width in some areas. Obviously, there has to be a certain width for Jersey barriers to be safer and effective, but there are stretches of this specific corridor that could use Jersey barriers. There's other issues of signage and some of the other things that we can do. You know, the one thing I've learned that the engineers in the department have taught me, that there's three ways to sort of go about these types of issues. There's education, as in let the public know what's happening, and signage would be part of that. There's enforcement, so then you know, for lack of a better term, you download the responsibility to the police, so all of a sudden the police require a further presence in an area. But then there's the engineering, and that becomes how you construct the road, how you use the tools that we have as a department to slow traffic down, and when you slow traffic down, that enhances the safety. So what our team is doing for that area is putting together some options for what we can do in the short term, and I say short term, immediate term. We're going to put the costing together. Again, we don't put a cost on road safety, so I imagine those things can be absorbed, and they will be absorbed. We can provide the House with an update when we have a detailed list of what the short-term components for that area would look like, but I can tell the member that we should be completely finalized of that short-term list with costing in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully before it's going to get busy now in that area for traffic, but hopefully before it really picks up, we'll have some of those short-term measures in place. Thanks.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't know what she was trying to indicate to me there, but that's fine. I think she said no notes. I don't have any notes.
No, actually, I was just reminding the honourable member to refrain
through the chair,
refrain
no
from
use.
the very casual
Oh, the no
conversation in the House. It's deteriorated over the last little while with a few of the members, and I hate calling people on it, but I mean, it's very important for the Hansard to have a proper conversation in the House.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
you.
and I appreciate the reminders. And as I said yesterday, I apologize in advance because I am bad at that. So I do apologize. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, thank you very much for that detailed answer, and I certainly appreciate anything that can be done, as I know that the driving public as well through there do very much appreciate. And we'll look forward to the updates. I will be, you talked about 3 scenarios there that you use. I wonder if the Minister or Deputy or someone could forward that to me, because I'm going out with a householder shortly, and I'd just like to be able to update people that this is what we're doing, and these are some of the things we use to determine what does get done, at least in the interim plan. That would be quite great, actually. So, because people are asking, of course, and they'll continue to ask, and once they see something happening, they'll be excited, actually, that, you know, hey, we're out there and we're making a little progress and working toward the longer term, and that's all good. So I appreciate that. Just a couple other topics I want to get to. I always call it rack. I believe that the Minister and his staff call it black gravel. I did take the time to make one note, and Hal Lavers, who's my right-hand guy down there, who does a great job, and formerly Larry, when he was down there, those guys treat us real well, and they look after our issues down there at home. And we've put some of this down on roads that were, I guess, paved many, many years ago with what I'm going to call recycled asphalt, if that's the right term. We've put it over those because they've fallen apart and deteriorated, and potholes, etc. And I've said to Hal, put down every ounce of that you can put down. That is the greatest stuff. It goes down, they drive over it, it packs hard as concrete, it plows well in the wintertime, and when it gets the odd pothole in it, you just grade it again and start over. We've got a lot of that stockpiled. I know there's some policy and different policies around how that's used, and it has to go on maybe in current day policy, and maybe that's changed, I don't know, and you can correct me, Minister, but I think if I recall back in discussions with Hal and with Larry and others that policy might reflect it can't go down on gravel roads. It can only go down on those types of roads, and I don't know what class they are that I've described that were formerly paved at one time. And there's quite a few of those roads in my area. I don't know what they're like around the province, but I do know in and around Hants West there's quite a number of them in all different areas. And this stuff works great. So, but there are a few other roads. Again, I really support the use of that, and I hope we can continue to do a lot of that. And the driving public are quite happy. When you put that down on that road, they are very pleased with the end result, and we get calls to say so, which is a great thing. So I really hope we can continue to do that. And as far as the gravel road side, I mean, we've all still got some gravel roads, there's no question, and the high likelihood of them getting paved is probably slim to none in the years ahead based on budgets, and everybody understands that, but it's about keeping them in passable shape, if you will, and certain times of the year like now, and we debated one last night, that it's probably impossible to do anything with it right now. I've got a couple like that too. But there are roads that are long-time gravel roads that are quite solid, actually, you know, and they do pothole up, if you will, I guess, throughout the course of the winter like every other road does. And I know that Hal and the group try to get out a couple of times a year to grade these roads, but still having a lot of them, we don't get to as many as often as we'd probably like. So I'm just kind of curious as to whether or not you ever see a time where you have roads that are solid built roads, you know, good shape roads, but they are still gravel roads, that black gravel or rack or whatever we're referring to it these days, I guess it's irrelevant what we call it, could be used.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll thank you as well for the reminder to keep the remarks very formal. I'm doing my best here, but it's not, that doesn't come naturally to me, so I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. To the member, first of all, it is the black gravel has been a tremendous asset for us. It's used predominantly in a couple situations. First and foremost, any job, anytime there's work being done in the area where that recycled asphalt can be found. So obviously, you know, there are some upgrades and projects in the vicinity of Hants West and the community. So you know, hopefully there's a proximity there where it can be accessed. The other thing, what they normally, what the department and the local officials would normally apply it to are roads that are in the range of they're not quite chip seal, but they're busy enough where they sustain heavy traffic. And you used one, the member used one as an example of that, where the threshold for double chip seal for gravel roads is 500. So, you know, but then, so 500 vehicles per day. But then you get in, I mean, lots of gravel roads are less than 100, far less than 100. So, you know, for those, we try to do our best with maintenance by way of grading and graveling and ditching and culverts and those types of things. But for the black gravel, we look at the range of maybe 300 vehicles per day, where it's not quite that chip seal, but you've got to sustain it. And to your point, the infrastructure in the base of a road that's gravel doesn't stay strong if it continues to get pounding with no protection. And again, this winter, the freeze thaw has been a rough one. That's going to soften up the bases of these roads even more so than they are now. So that becomes a challenge. And I think that a couple of the members' colleagues talked about this, and these are concerns coming from the staff. The fact that they're not grading gravel anymore; they're pretty much grading dirt. So when you get to you're trying to flatten off potholes and sort of stabilize well, there's no gravel there. So that becomes a part of the RIM budget and how we get excess gravel into those areas. And again, for the black, I mean. Ideally and ultimately for us, that we use as much black gravel as we can. So your point is very well taken. We're going to use it and maximize that, because that's what preserves these roads. And again, just in a response to the member from Shelburne, metrics and the vehicles per day and some of these measurables that apply to roads, they change pretty frequently, and that's why, you know, for the gravel roads, for the local roads, it's very tough to dictate and predict 5 years out which gravel roads would be done. So if you've got, if the honourable member has roads that are subject to the black gravel and fit that criteria of, you know, that many vehicles per day, well, if there was an increased traffic there and the counts were up, then we're starting to get into that chip seal and double chip seal range. So that's the consideration. Again, we use as many of those assets as we can with respect to graveling and black gravel to make sure the roads are preserved. And back to the spectrum of roads, once you begin to lose the base of the road, then you're into pulverizing and starting over. That is by far the most expensive option for us. So to get our value for money for taxpayers in Nova Scotia, we want to keep those bases strong and just continue to do what we can on the surface. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And yeah, we'll take all the black gravel. You want to truck some in, we'll take that too. We've got lots of places to put it, and the fact that the people are happy with it is quite something. And there's really little to no maintenance. It's easily redone, and I see that as a long time, a great value going forward, knowing full well that some of these roads that were formerly paved, or whatever we call them, recycled asphalt paved, are just not going to get done in the long term. And this is a great solution and seems to really work well in our weather conditions throughout the winter. So I want to see more of that if we can. Just a couple other things. We have a stretch of highway from, I guess it would be the beginning of Falmouth heading down through Mount Denson. It would be Route 1 that's going to be paved, or a portion of it will be paved this year. And I don't know how many kilometers total it is. Maybe it's 12 or so kilometers total, we'll say. Part of it gets paved, so the public come in and say, well, why are you only going to the Lighthouse Road? I'm going to assume because that's all the money there is in the budget to pave this year in Hants West. Okay, that's fine. You don't even need to go any further, and I get a yes out of that. And I guess the plan would be moving forward, Minister, that this year we're going to do the first half, if you will, and we'll just split it or whatever it might work out to be, a percentage. Next year we'll do the other piece of it. Would that be fair to say? I'll let you maybe answer on that before I move to my final piece. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the member is correct. That is one. It's a significant project, and at this point in the current capital plan, there is 5.5 kilometers slated, and you know these things again are based on very specific metrics. The volume being an important one. The condensed and the cluster of residents that are in that area, any small businesses. So there is 5.5 now, and that is the start of that. If the entire road was deemed to be you know, requiring repaving, then that will just proceed with that, and that's pretty common. Where if you know there's a large road that has to be done, we do it in pieces. So it kind of spreads it out, and again that it'll protect. It'll protect some of the road infrastructure, but then we got to get moving on the rest of it, and you don't want to leave paving next to gravel for too many years. So if we're going to invest in the 5.5 kilometers, then obviously there's a commitment to keep going on that. So we can we'll do that.
The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. My final question, because the guy from Cape Breton there is pushing me along here. He wants his turn. Is around Route 215, which would be from Brooklyn to Newport Corner. The balance of the 215 has been done the other way, and the 14, I mean, our roads are, compared to some other areas, you know what, our roads around Hants West are not as bad as others, but there's always road work that needs to be done. The road through the 215 that I'm referring to, and I don't know how many kilometers it is, I drove it the other morning on my way in just to check it out because we get a number of calls, and it's been bad for a while. It's probably been, I'm going to say 25 years, maybe closer to 30 since it's been paved, but it is a heavily traveled road. I don't know what the counts are on it, but Hal or somebody might be able to provide that. But knowing, again, you know, and appreciating the budget issues and concerns, but that's a road that you could do patching on, but you'd patch the whole thing. In all honesty, is what it would end up being. That's how bad that road has actually become. In the winter, as is other roads, it didn't do it any good either. But I guess I was thinking about something I heard you say earlier with another member back and forth about municipal partnership funding. I don't think that that's a municipal road out there. I think that's a provincial road. I'm quite certain it is actually. But most of the time, if I heard you correctly, and please do correct me if I'm wrong on this, that the municipal units don't take you up on the offer of partnerships because they can't afford it as a rule. So I don't know what those figures are, but I would ask this question. You've still got your half, if you will. The department still has their half, if they will, of that offer. Can that be still put out in any of the members' local area and be put down? And I'll just use that 215 as an example, Minister. Is that or do you just pull it back and move it elsewhere into something else and then look at the end of the year or the season for construction? Okay, we've got some money left. Let's invest it here, or let's do this or do that.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to get some clarification from the member before I move on. But the previous question with the first 5.5 kilometres, would the extension of that be the trunk 1 from St. Croix River Bridge to Windsor Town Line? That's a different.
The Honourable Member for Hants West.
No, sorry, Minister, I should have been more clear. You mean that I'm just referring to with regards to the 215 or back to the number 1? Okay, the number 1, sorry, I moved off of that only because you answered the question. You're going to do 5.5, come back next year from the Lighthouse Road or wherever it's being left off and continue as you can into the next year or maybe the year after or whatever. That's what I understood from that piece on the number 1. I'm fine with that. And that comes from the Falmouth Town Line, Windsor Town Line, by Poitiers and out through. And I'm not sure if you know where that area is, but I'm sure Mr. Fitzner probably does, given he's traveled the area. Did you want to comment on that further before I move on, or? Okay.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. I will say that I was just trying to clarify, and we can get back and do some of the further details. I thought that there's an asphalt extension for next paving season for 18-19, and it was the trunk 1 from the River Bridge to Windsor Town Line. So I wasn't sure if that was the extension or not. So I just wanted, just for clarification, just for confirmation. But that's okay. We can talk about that at another point. And now on the 215 route, what we normally do, which is the standard for the J class, is that we've got this money obviously budgeted, and some municipalities take up on our offer and some don't. We don't. To the member's direct question, we don't normally do that where we just put the money into that area anyway. I mean, there's all kinds of different jurisdictional issues and which provincial roads apply to that. So that's part of it. But I'll tell you, and this was in response, the member may have been was in his seat, so he may have caught this. But just about the J class, I mean, I don't know if it's how we change that program. I mean, obviously this becomes dollars and cents, and the municipalities are increasingly strapped, and you know, they're doing what they can to balance their books, and those issues are very public. But there's got to be some kind of way we can tweak that system where it's a take it or leave it type of thing, and that's been the practice of TIR to say, here's your money for our portion of the J class roads. Can you match this, yes or no? And more often than not, the answer is no. So if we've got that money allocated, to your point, and it's budgeted, then maybe we can come up with some creative way. That is something that we've talked with the department about, and some way just to get, I mean, the municipalities for their infrastructure in particular are really struggling. So if there's any mechanism we can use to help out with that money, then certainly that's something, Madam Chair, that we'll continue to look at. So.
The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. And yes, I do now understand where you were talking about to the town line, the River Bridge. Yeah, that's the other side of that. Yeah, I know what you're getting to there now. Thank you for that. And yeah, I guess on the municipal potential partnerships, if the money's been allocated through your budgeting process, if there's some way down the road that we can look at that as an opportunity to still be used in all of our areas, as you talked about earlier, there's need everywhere. So. You know, maybe there's a plan that can come forward that does allow that to happen, because any of us that are in tune with our municipal units and understand the difficulties and the challenges that they're facing as well, and we have heard and seen that talked about much in this House in the last few weeks. So with those few questions, I'm going to pass it on to my colleague from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg. I think I got that right? I got it right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Chair, and through you, I want to welcome the Minister and the opportunity to ask him and his staff a few questions. I noticed in his opening remarks this morning that he made a statement about how the TIR staff was some of the best staff that employed in the province of Nova Scotia. And I just want to be on record as saying that the individuals that I have the opportunity to deal with on a regular basis who work out of Sydney River, the area manager, the OSs, and the district manager, are very good to work with. They don't always give you what they want, but they always give you an answer, and I just think it's important that people realize how hard it is for them, because they are also working with a very limited budget, and they're trying their best in all the different areas, and the minister would know, because he deals with the same crew when he's doing local issues, that they are indeed a very efficient group of people, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that. Minister, I heard in some of your answers you were talking about the different criteria for different roads and how a road will see chip sealing versus how a road sees the black gravel, as we talked about. I wonder if there's ever been any consideration of doing up a small program or manual for the different caucuses that people could come and actually sit down for an hour and explain the different criteria, so that when we're going out and looking at things, that we have a better understanding and a better sense, so that when we're dealing with the OSs and dealing with the different people, we can give them, we have a better understanding of where they're coming from and able to explain it to our constituents better.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member. And again, I want to echo the member's comments about the local staff in our shared region of Cape Breton. And in particular, this member knows as well as anyone that some of the real significant challenges that we faced this winter, some of it really hit home in his riding, and obviously being the neighboring riding and being the minister, I heard about a lot of those things too. So I know that the member knows this, but this is one of the reasons that we now have a complete equipment review and sort of an area review to see what our standards look like and if they're meeting the needs, and also what the dispersal and the sharing of the equipment, if it's meeting exactly what it was intended to do. So I know the member has constant contact with Gerard and Roy and many of the staff in TIR, and he certainly appreciates their work, and they appreciate his. This reminds me of something that I was going to say earlier to the member from Cape Breton Centre's comments, but the biggest, I guess, not regret, but the biggest downside with this department is the fact that sometimes the blame lands on the TIR staff when they're out in the field doing this work, and that's pretty unfair. I mean, obviously, this is the responsibility of the politicians. It's the responsibility of the government. As the member mentioned, their budgets are limited, and when they have certain equipment, certain allocations, they do their very best based on their experience and their knowledge to address the needs that are pressing. And if there were more plows, if there were more gravel, if there were more of those things available, then obviously they would make use of those as well. So it's a intricate system, and the staff that are on the ground for all of us representing Nova Scotians and keeping the roads clear and safe are doing a tremendous job. To the member's initial question just about information, we had talked about making presentations to the caucuses, all three caucuses, and in particular to the new members about what the services are we provide, what the standards are for plowing, for construction, and for new local road endeavours, and all of the details. And there is a very specific, very detailed presentation that we have as a department, and I truly thought that the Progressive Conservatives and the New Democratic Party had that opportunity to see some of that stuff, so we will certainly set that up immediately with respective caucuses, and Bruce can visit your caucus when it's convenient for the respective parties, and he can share that information, so then you have it. And then there also is some information sheets and things on the website, of course, but also physically that the member can have, and all members can have, so they can share with their constituents. And I agree that sometimes, even when it's bad news, the information sharing becomes the most important thing we can do. So we're working to get better at that, and this is an example where we can share the information we know with our respective and colleague MLAs from the other parties. So appreciate that.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to the Minister. I just think it's a good idea to share that information on a fairly regular basis. I know that the crew in the base in Sydney River, every fall before plowing season, they get everybody together and sort of explain everything again, even though we may have heard it before. They refresh it, and it's always good to keep those things in mind. it's interesting, the minister touched on a question I was going to ask him. He touched on the review of the equipment and those types of things, which I think is very important, and I congratulate him for taking that on, because as he said, this was an exceptional winter in some areas. In our area that we both had the honor of representing, he got hit fairly hard. I just wonder if you have any kind of a timeline, because I know it's only the spring, and if you were outside last night, you wouldn't even think it was spring. But before you know it, the winter season will be back upon us, and it'd be good to have a rough idea when the review will be done and when you'll be looking at the allocation of equipment for the upcoming plowing season.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member. The review being undertaken by Barb Bailey, the Director of Operations, the plan is to have it ready by, at the very latest, midsummer, so we can start to work on, obviously, again, back to the communication, but the information sharing, and winter comes on us pretty quickly, some years quicker than others, so we want to have any measures that we have and any new plans and programs and our new structure, if that becomes the result of the review, we want in place obviously by the next winter season 2014-15. So that's entirely the plan. From my last conversations with Barb's, things seem to be progressing nicely. She's getting input and feedback and ideas from spanning the entire province from TIR staff and other stakeholders. So it's been a good exercise so far. And certainly when that information becomes available, we will share it with the public, with the members opposite. That could be another task that TIR can share with the three respective caucuses. And then we'll want that information readily available for the winter so people can know what to expect in terms of the equipment and the standards and et cetera. So that's the plan, and we certainly hope to have that in place by the next winter season.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Meyer-Lewisburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. I think it's an important step, and it's a step in the right direction. I'm going to change gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about some local issues that you may not have heard too much about before. When you talked about the standards and how hard it is sometimes because the road can't fit into the double chip seal and it doesn't fit into this and that. One road that has been very prominent in my constituency as to a challenge is the New Boston Road. And I've had some of your predecessors drive that road. I know that Mr. Fitzner is very aware with it because he was an area manager there at one point in time, and he and I drove that road on several occasions, and even your deputy and I have driven it on occasion. I'm just wondering if there's a way that you, Minister, would be willing to take a ride on that road over the summer, again, knowing the criteria and how it needs to be addressed. It's one of those roads that the people living on it feel that they're under-serviced, and we all have roads like that in our constituency. So I just wonder if you have any thoughts on that front.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. I appreciate the opportunity just to touch on that topic. Just to give him an idea, he's mentioned the New Boston Road. I've heard from no one from New Boston in the last couple of weeks, although I've been contacted in the past. Little Lorraine, Broughton Road, and Brickyard Road just in the last week, and it's, as the spring thaw is taking hold now, you're seeing the damage of the potholes and some of the shape, the tough shape the roads are in. I'll certainly 100% commit to traveling the region with the member, and he can pick the roads, and we can do that assessment, and obviously Roy and Gerard are very familiar with that area as well, Roy McDonald and Gerard Jessam, so they'd certainly be willing to join. I think what I've heard, particularly from some of these roads and from the member's constituency in general, they seem to appreciate and understand the fiscal constraints. They understand the low volume aspect, which ultimately becomes our biggest criterion for improvements and paving and chip sealing and such. But I think what I've heard, and it's been very consistent with these roads in particular, but with that region who have had a very difficult winter, is the fact that they just don't see, they're not getting an indication that there is a plan. So if there's a gravel road, the Broughton Road's a good example. If there's need for brush cutting and there's need for ditching and some culverts, at least if they had that indication, the residents there and the people who use that road, then they would almost feel better about it. And anytime we commit to these types of things and specific steps, we're usually pretty good to execute those. So I think that the idea, if we're going to tour those roads and talk to the stakeholders who represent those roads, that it becomes, you know, staying within the fiscal envelope and using the budget that we have as best we can. What improvements can we identify for the short term, for the medium and long term, and get some kind of a plan so at least the residents and the commuters that use those roads have an idea that the finish line, or at least the starting gate, is somewhere in the imminent future. Because now it seems to be they wait on an email, then they wait on a call, and then all of a sudden 6 months go by and the road deteriorates further. So I will commit to that with the member, and we can do that and then try to establish the best plan we can for some of these respective roads.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's kind of spooky because it's almost like the minister was over there reading my list. Because of the roads he's talked about, like the Little Lorraine Road. It's been 40 years since it was originally paved, and there's been a lot of challenges since then. The Broughton Road, as he mentioned. So I'm very glad to hear that commitment on his part, and I know he's sincere when he says that. And Roy and Gerard have been good to as well look at these things with me. But one road that has sort of been in a never land is the road leading into the village of Donkin, from Dern's Corner into the village. We haven't seen much work done on that because there's been a lot of talking about developing the Donkin mine. And the logical step was, well, we need to know if the mine's going to go forward, because that will dictate the type of road that we need to travel into that community. But that's been ongoing now for about 10 years, and there's still no mine. Although, if it was up to me, it would be open to more, because that's on another issue. But I'm just wondering if there's a way that maybe we can look at the challenges over this last winter. It seems to have really broken up badly, Mr. Chair, and there's been a few accidents, and not uncommon, like many roads in many areas. But maybe we could add that to our trip and try and see if there is something that we can do in the short term, medium term, and long term again. Hopefully we'll get a decision on what's going to happen with Donkin Mine, and that make this conversation mute, and I'd be very happy about that. But I wonder if the minister has any comments on that, because I know Donkin is very close to his homeland, and he takes the odd drive over there, I've been told.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this question from the honourable member. He knows that it's one that's very important to me. There is a number of projects happening in and around the sort of arteries to and fro with respect to the Donkin Highway. Also, Gerard, and we've spoken to Gerard about the Donkin Highway, and there is immediate patchwork planning for this upcoming summer. There's a chip seal project in that area that people aren't too happy with either, so there's going to be a revisit of that to see what kind of shape it's in and any measures we can take, particularly with windshields and flying asphalt, which is obviously a concern. So there are some projects in the works and some things that we're doing in that area. Now, for the Donkin Highway itself, first of all, I can say that I've heard from many residents, I've heard from the Bordens and many of the Snows about that particular highway and the mess that it's in. And I can tell you that, in fairness, and I think that this is one that the member can appreciate and attest, our hopes are resting on the Donkin mine for a variety of reasons. And this road is ideally, you know, the work will be done. If we're talking about dragging millions of tons of coal from the Donkin mine to Sydney, to the port and beyond, then obviously that road's got to be strengthened. Well, the day that project is required will be a very proud day for the member, for myself, and for many people in Cape Breton. So I guess for me, as the minister and being the MLA from Glace Bay and someone who's very interested in the Donkin mine and has been since it first sort of came on as a reality almost 10 years ago now, I think that we are very attached to the idea that road will be upgraded when the mine is open, or at least in that stage. I am still very hopeful of that as the member opposite and the member of Natural Resources. We're hoping that in the immediate term there will be some kind of activity for Donkin, but that doesn't mean that we can sit and let the road continue to deteriorate. So For this year, at least, there are the projects in and around the Donkin area, and there's going to be some significant patchwork for the Donkin Highway because it is needed. I want to throw this out there, and the member knows this entirely, but it was his government when Donkin first came back as a potential project that committed to, when in fact the Donkin mine was a go, TIR would immediately begin upgrades for that Donkin Highway. I don't think, and this isn't a criticism of the previous government, but I'm not sure, there was a little bit of information about there could be an option for rail, there could be an option for barge, so I don't think they were ever actually asked to extend that agreement and that commitment, so it's certainly not a political comment, but I think that's kind of lapsed. But for us as the department, we will pick up on that commitment, and if it does become by way of highway, which I think it will be, then we'll certainly commit to those upgrades and whatever's needed. Again, the traffic is such now that the road is deteriorating based on the volume, so when we add all the heavy-duty 18-wheelers dragging coal out, when that great day comes, then there's going to need some significant improvements and upgrades. So we'll certainly be there for that, and I know the member will be asking me repeatedly when that's going to happen. I can hardly wait for those questions in question period, but I can tell him that, and I don't have to tell him this because he knows this already, but we'll be committed to that project, and when the day the Donkin mine opens, we'll certainly share a big hug. I'm sure he'll agree, so there you go. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Minister. He's quite correct. But it won't be the day that the Donkin mine opens. It's the day that they decide to develop it, because there'll be tons and tons of heavy equipment will have to be moved in to help with the development and the moving forward of that. And he and I both realize, and any member from Cape Breton Island realizes, the impact it will have on the economy for eastern Nova Scotia, and hopefully it will even have an impact on all of Nova Scotia when it comes to electricity rates and the things that are associated with that. So whether the coal is railed or goes out by ship or eventually or partly by truck, the development of the mine will require a good road to get the equipment and the gear in. And as a side note to that, just when you're thinking about that, with that kind of increased volume of traffic on that road, we're also going to need to be looking at a sidewalk of some sort or another, so for the safety of the individuals that live on that road, because as you know from traveling it over the years, it's a fairly narrow road at the best of times. There isn't a whole lot of room to allow for expansion. And if we see that kind of volume of traffic go on it with the trucks and the people working there, some kind of a safety consideration, which would be a sidewalk, in my opinion, is something that we have to look at. So I appreciate the Minister's answer, and I'm glad to hear his commitment is there and solid as far as that project moving ahead, when it does move ahead. And I think, though, the biggest part of what you said today that's important, Minister, is that indeed there's going to be something done in the immediate future because of the wear and tear that it's suffered over the last 10 years. And I know the people of Donkin will be quite happy with that, and I'll even give you the credit for it. Mr. Chair, just moving on, do you know how much time we have left? 15 minutes.
12:44.
12:44? The reason for that is just to make sure that I get the right questions in at the right time. Some of the work that's being done through the 5-year plan, I think the 5-year plan is helpful. It goes back to what we talked about communications, and when people have an idea what's happening and what's moving on, it makes it a little easier in those areas. Highway 327 has been a long time coming and is on the 5-year plan now. But as I understand it, there'll be a section done this year, then we'll wait a year before there's another section, wait almost 2 construction seasons before the next part's done, and then the final part. So to see the completion of that 18 kilometers or 20 kilometers of road, it's going to take almost 6 years. And I'm just wondering if the Minister would have a thought on that, or if there's a way that maybe they could review that, and just, again, for the people traveling on that road, for the permanent residents. But not only that, it's a part of the Fleur-de-Lis Trail, and people that are traveling for tourism reasons and coming into Cape Breton and going to the Fortress of Louisbourg and then along the shore to the Miners Museum in Glace Bay and other areas, is an important part of that. And part of our hopes and what we're moving forward with is the advancement of our tourism industry, and the fact that this government has helped to bring back the ferry in Yarmouth, which is the Nova Scotia ferry, has been helpful. I know that 40% of the bus traffic that was coming to some of the resorts in Cape Breton actually came across that Yarmouth ferry. So tying it all together, it's great to get them here, but we want to make sure they have good roads to travel on while they're here so that they'll tell their friends about the good roads, not the bad ones, because everybody's good at telling people about the bad things, and very rare do we ever say much about the good things. So I just wonder if the Minister has any comments on that.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member is correct. There is two significant pieces of that highway, that roadway, being done over the next two construction seasons. And look, certainly this is a time that, being quite frank and honest, we do what we can. And when we identify, you know, when the staff and the department works through the capital plan and obviously establishing the 5-year commitments that we make, it becomes about selecting pieces in each year and doing significant portions of those. So the residents and the people that use that area, and certainly the tourists, that reality is not lost on any of us in this House, that they have good roadways to travel on. Having said that, again, it's very difficult. There are a few spots, if any, in the local roads program or in the highways program where we're doing, you know, significant 20, 30 portions of kilometers of highway, 20, 30 kilometers all at one time. So we space them out just obviously for cost reasons and development reasons, and try to share some of that annual $235 million around the province. So we're getting there with, I think it's in the range of 6 kilometers this year, and again for next year. We're getting along that, and I can appreciate the member's point that it'd be nice to do it all at once, but in fairness to move it around the province, and especially now the fact that we've reestablished the international link with the Yarmouth ferry. I think we'll be fortunate to see that there'll be increased pressure on the highway. That's only good news if we have strange license plates coming into this province, adding to the economy and adding to the tourism and the social fabric that we have in Nova Scotia here. So again, I appreciate where the member's coming from on that one, and we're doing our best to get along that highway, and we'll keep moving those projects forward.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Minister, I want to say that I understand where he's coming from with that, and there's no expectation to see the whole road done at once, but it would be nice to see 3 consecutive terms, 3 consecutive construction years. It just, when you wait a little longer than that, then the road deteriorates even more, and it's harder to get back. Into your point earlier in the discussion, Mr. Chair, when the base falls apart badly, then it becomes that much more costly to repair. I'm going to move on to a little different subject, and I'm going to apologize to the Minister right off the bat here in case I missed this, but I'm just wondering what the status is of where things are with the sale of the asphalt plant, which I think is the right thing to do. I don't think we should be in competition with the private sector, but I'm just wondering where we're at in that paving season is coming upon us, and I'm sure that this is probably the best time to sell a plant is just before the season starts. So I just wonder if you could give us some insight on that.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for that question. This is a good opportunity to again explain in detail where we're at with the paving plant. The paving plant is for sale. It's being we've signed a contract with GenCore, who are the manufacturers. They're a U.S.-based firm out of Florida, and they are handling the sale of the assets, both of the paving plant, and then we also have the chip seal gear, which is a separate bidding process. We're getting to the point now. There is another few months of the window for selling the paving plant, as the member said. However, he is very right, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. This is something that not only do we not want to hang around for a paving season not being used. The reality is that we're paying depreciation on it every month that we have it sitting at Miller Lake. So for us, the idea is to sell it. We established a price. GenCore established a price based on what they thought the market conditions would be. Obviously, we want to finish somewhere in that range. There have been some bids, and GenCorp is doing a bit of a presentation to the department to let us know where they stand. I haven't been privy to any of the information, so I don't know the specifics on what the numbers look like at this point. Obviously, for us, it becomes the highest number and therefore the best value for Nova Scotians. But I can't say this for sure because there is an established process that there is still a number of months left in that potential window for GenCorp to do their thing. But from our perspective, the sooner the better. And I think that if we get that plant out, ultimately we have no way to control where it ends up either. But you know, regardless of that reality, we want to get it out for the paving season. Anyone that's interested in it now will certainly be less interested in a month from now, and even less interested in 2 months from now. So now we're talking about the next year's paving season and trying to sell it. You've got a year of depreciation, you've got a year of mothball, which could create challenges on its own. So to the member's point, we're moving as quickly as we can. Obviously, we're striving to get the optimal price, but our window's closing for that sale, and we're trying to get it as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for that answer. I want to, again, shift gears a little bit. And the Minister has been very involved and active in a file that's both near and dear to my heart as his, and I know that there are some significant challenges there, but his government has taken on the role of the cleanup of the MV minor and where that is. I know that recently there was a number of contractors came to Manitou and had an opportunity to look at this situation. I understand that some of them have asked for an extension on the end of the contract because it's a complicated issue to deal with. And I know that we have some very competent people in Nova Scotian lands that are helping along this process. But I would just wonder if the Minister can give us an idea, because again, it's one of those situations where I think good communications will help the process along with the community, and the expectations of the community are that it's going to be cleaned up, and I think from what I've seen, they're very happy about that. But I also think that the original timelines that were talked about aren't realistic, and that's nobody's fault. That's just the way everything fell down the tubes to get something together like this. So I'm just wondering if the Minister would mind giving us a little bit of an update on where we are with the MV minor and the cleanup. And I'm wondering if it's really still under your bailiwick or if it has been changed out.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member's point, and again, I appreciate this conversation as we can be on the record as really the two local representatives on this file, and the importance that it holds for Cape Breton and for all of Nova Scotia, as this Scattery Island is a protected provincial wildlife area, and the fact that we've got a derelict vessel rotting there is certainly a concern, and it's one that we're going to address. Just a couple things on the timeline. I think that, and I could say this in earnest, probably the responsibility for establishing that timeline has been mine. Originally, when I first took on the file back in late November, my understanding, and I asked questions to Gary Campbell from Nova Scotia Lands and some of the others who were associated with Gary who understand this cleanup, you know, they thought it would be very reasonable, and again, they didn't have any details whatsoever. Obviously, we were still putting the tender together and what it would look like. So it was really my assumption, and it was me that jumped to the notion that we would have this gone before the fishing season. So I could take complete responsibility for that. I can tell you that in my communications with the local stakeholders, with the Manitou Community Association, and with some of the local fishers, the member is right. They want this gone, and that's paramount. Also, when we finish this entire process and we understand what the successful bidder is going to look like and what their options are and what their plan is and their methods for moving this vessel, then we can allow them to give us the feedback on how we want to proceed. In other words, if it's immediately, then that could impact the fisheries and particularly the license that have traps in that area. If that's not the case, which I assume maybe it isn't, then we could possibly push the timeline later and allow the lobster season to take place. Again, that's one that we've committed to working with the local stakeholders and the fishers, and they can predict and they can let us know how they want us to proceed. As far as an update, the member is correct. Yesterday, we've extended the timeline for a week. mainly because there was a group of potential bidders that wanted additional information, and that additional information obviously leads to a little bit of an adjustment in their proposal and what it'll look like. So that was the reason for that extension. Obviously, it was good news to see that 20 individuals representing different firms actually made the trip earlier in the month to see the boat, the MV Minor, so they could get a real appreciation for what kind of things were involved in the cleanup. And I think that probably, again, I'm making an assumption, but from what I understand from Gary and the group, it was an eye-opener. I mean, to see this thing and in person as a company and a firm that's going to take on this massive, very dangerous and very environmental threatening vessel and project is a big thing. So the fact that they've asked for an extra week is a good sign, and the fact that there was multiple entrants that asked for that extension was a good sign. It also is a clear sign that this is going to be a very complicated cleanup, and we'll have our fingers crossed. Of course, first and foremost is the occupational health and safety of those individuals who are going to undertake this endeavor, and then with the environment and the asbestos that's wrapping the pipe on the ship, and all the other concerns with respect to the scattery and the surrounding environment. So there's lots of heavy details here and things that have to get worked out, and I think that over the course of time we're going to get those things ironed out. I'm certainly looking forward to the time when we do have a successful bidder, certainly looking to the opportunity what we will have to clean up this vessel once and for all, and that work taking place. With respect to what happens sort of on the periphery of the cleanup itself, I still haven't had the opportunity to meet with Minister Raitt. Although that's the case, really, it's the details of the bid with respect to the environmental cleanup, the navigational hazards, and of course the ultimate price tag that will be of interest to me when I meet with the minister. So I will have that opportunity in the very near future once we have those details finalized. And the other thing I would say about the federal government, and I think that Minister Raitt seems to be, I've never met her, she seems to be a pretty reasonable person, and the way this went down is just wrong, and it's not the current government's fault. The fact that we have Canada shipping laws that govern these types of transfers, how a company can win a contract to tow a vessel across the Atlantic Ocean from inland in Canada, take this on a tow, and I don't know the details of how many tow lines were used and what the actual problem was, other than obviously the tow line snapped. They can do this with zero accountability and zero, there's no penalty to them. We really have a hard time establishing who exactly they are, who the proponents are of these companies that were involved in the initial cleanup and the initial towing, and obviously they've done their best to shirk their responsibilities. So if that's a function of the Canada shipping laws, then I think that Minister Raitt will be receptive to changing those. This comes at there's no secret, and I agree with the Minister of Finance that our specifics on the budget are very real and they're very honest. And at this point, we can't, whatever the final price tag is for the MV Minor, we can't afford it as taxpayers, as a province. We are going to take on this commitment because it is a provincially protected beach, and that's important, but we can't afford to. So for us, it'll be how we recover some of these costs from these companies that were initially involved with the tow in the first place, as well as what kind of role the federal government can play given some of the environmental and the navigational concerns that we expect will come from this tendering process and the final cleanup. So these are things that are on the radar screen for us. Again, as the Premier said in the beginning, we are following through on his statements that we will clean this thing up and we'll worry about the bill later. But I want the member to know and Nova Scotians to know and members of this House to know that we've got to pursue those options. I really think it's unfair that as Nova Scotians we're saddled with this bill, and we're going to do our best to recover at least some of it so that we can invest money in the programs and services that Nova Scotians want, not in cleaning up vessels that shouldn't be our problem in the first place. And again, moving forward, we can never afford to do this again, so that's why we have to have some kind of focus on the Canada shipping laws to make sure that when this happens next time, the firm tugging these vessels will be held accountable, and that's the focus for us, Mr. Chair. So again, I thank the member for that question.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
20 seconds. A minute and 20 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to the Minister that I think the right decision is made as far as waiting and making sure that we get the right people to do the right job at the right time. I also agree that we need to talk to Minister Raitt about how ships are transported, and I've had that discussion with her on a couple of occasions and will continue. And I also think it's worthy to note that the Minister was involved with this file long before he was a Minister, and again, because it pertains to the area that we both have the honour of representing, and he was there from the beginning, and I hope to see him at the end of this journey, because, you know, that ship sailed now, so we want to get it to the point where it's done, and I hope you're the Minister that does that. And so with that, I think my time is just about up, Mr. Chair, so I will take
23 seconds.
23 seconds? Well, 23 seconds, all I can say is that indeed we need as much... Well, you know what? I'd be happy with one more kilometre. Just one more kilometre. Anyway, I appreciate the Minister's answer.
Thank you. Order. We now revert to the member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I welcome the opportunity to get back. I just want to refresh Madam Speaker's, Madam Chair's timelines here. I'm going to share the last 10 minutes of my allotted time with my member, my colleague from Chester St. Margaret. So I'm going to leave it up to Madam Chair to pay attention to that, and I would appreciate that particular service. I think I have about 15 or 20 minutes left, and I just want to refresh the Minister's mind where I left off in the rotation of my questions previously. And we were talking about, Madam Chair, through you, to the Minister, we were talking about traffic counts and the criteria around how the establishment of paving gravel roads in rural Nova Scotia, or any gravel road actually, and to me that is something that I find is something that needs to be reviewed. And also, I think it needs to be challenged, that particular criteria. I think that we are in a process that I really appreciate this opportunity, because I think this is the place where we need to kind of challenge that criteria, how a traffic count, and I heard the Minister say a traffic count of 300 vehicles determine whether a certain road may get that particular priority or attention. And I can tell you that not only myself, but the resident that lives on them roads has a great issue with that. And I want to show the Minister an example before I turn it over to him to a question. And to me, this criteria has been established, or I feel, my observation, for a number of years through your department. And Madam Chair, through you, I think the department and the people who established that needs to look at that. And this is what I want to point out here in the next few minutes. The traffic count of a rural road needs to be updated, because I'll give you a scenario. One of the suggestions the Minister said that we need at least 300 cars before anyone is really interested in getting this set as a priority. Now, I'll point out East Sable Road. East Sable Road, on that is we can have a series of 60 or 70 homes. We can have a commercial wharf at Jones's Harbor there that has 10 or 15 commercial vessels. And we can have health care givers that's in that community. And I want to, first of all, talk about the health care givers, because we actually see this play out in Nova Scotia in the last several months. We've had some severe winter storms. I believe everyone agrees to that. And when them road conditions, Madam Chair, when the Minister gives out a emergency saying the police talks across Nova Scotia telling all the public to stay off our highways, that Nova Scotia Jeep Association kicks into gear. And they kick into gear and they have one priority. And that one priority is making sure that healthcare workers anywhere in Nova Scotia has access to that association. Now, if you have a healthcare giver on a gravel road and it's in that count of let's say less than 300, it doesn't get registered. Remember what I said? It has to be up over 300. So I think there's a serious flaw, because them workers are important to society. They need to get the work. So there's one flaw with your count of traffic flow. The second part of that, a gravel road, East Sable, I'm using an example because I know that. I know that scenario. There's 2 commercial wharfs on the end of that particular gravel road, 2 commercial wharfs. And when you have 6 at one wharf, 6 commercial boats, you may have 10 or 15 at the other. They all, again, they all fall under the 300 vehicle count, but guess what? In order for them 25 or 30 commercial boats who man 2 or 3 individuals on a daily basis have to be serviced by a fuel truck and other supplies. A fuel truck. Then again, it all falls under 300 vehicles. So again, I point out another serious flaw, is how important that road is to the economy of that neighboring community. So you can see that this is a serious situation that we've allowed over time of someone to come up, probably 25 or 30 years ago, saying, let's have a simple traffic count, and that will determine the importance of that road. I'm challenging you here today that that needs to be seriously looked at. And to me, when I want to turn this back to the minister for some clarity on this, because I'm hoping he will say it's time to review this policy. My formula is, and this is why we're sent here, to come up a clear path forward. And to me, gravel roads in rural Nova Scotia, unless you're an MLA from rural Nova Scotia, you may not get this, how important these roads are and how this needs to be addressed. Now, my formula is, I really believe that we should have a budget line in our budget on an annual basis, and I know how difficult it is to get money to a certain project. But let's just say that each constituency across Nova Scotia has a minimum or a maximum of 15 or 20 kilometers per year. Now, they're going to say to the member from Queen Shelburne, that's not much, and I agree. But that is a path forward, and everybody can understand how you're going to address, I'm going to identify in Queen Shelburne 10 or 15 kilometers on a yearly basis. And after a matter of 4 or 5 or 10 years, you can see accumulation effect of how you're going to address the roads in your area. And I'm willing to challenge any MLA here, anyone in rural Nova Scotia, you go out and present that formula to any social event, any barbecue that you have this summer on a gravel road, and I'm willing to bet that the constituencies there of that community will agree with that formula. And they will also agree with the criteria needs a review, because these roads are important. But to me, this is something that I've learned by coming this structure, is that we have old policies that are establishing policies that exist today. And that's something that has to change. So I'm hoping that the minister will have the opportunity to address that. There's something that needs to be changed, and to simply by having a budget line on a yearly basis, we can start addressing these gravel roads in Nova Scotia. And the other effect that I think that's in this policy that has been established for a number of years, and I'm assuming that it's been established for over 25 or 30 years, is that there's been development. There's been development on these gravel roads, and when you have a windshield observation of going through a community and saying, we got a traffic count, now I'm going to go and do a visual inspection of how many homes is on that road. And I'm going to turn this over to the minister for his observation. Is when you do the windshield observation, you can say there's 50 homes on that particular gravel road. And I've done this myself. And when you go out and you do a thorough check, you'll see that there's a gravel road, but if you go down off that offshoot of that particular lane, there may be 4 or 5 additional cottages or permanent homes on that particular branch or road. So your numbers can escalate very quickly. But what I find is that criteria has been established, is simply too difficult. It needs to be reviewed, and some of these important, like the fire trucks, emergency vehicles, I never got into that, but those are crucial to these particular communities. There are healthcare workers there, there's commercial fishers, the list goes on. But that criteria, I feel, Minister, is flawed, and I'd like for you to reflect on that, and hopefully you can hear some comments. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member, I would say this, and I think back to the previous government and my two predecessors, and at that time I never dreamed or thought that I would be here with TIR at this point. And even with that, just viewing them as individuals and as human beings, I had a ton of respect, and I think that respect crossed certainly party lines and boundaries, and you know, the amount of respect that Mo Smith and Bill Estabrooks had in this House was very, very high. And you know, I watched them as individuals perform in question period and in estimates and in all facets of their position, which I now hold. And I can tell you that they made it very clear that not only did they take the politics out of these things, and they allowed the department to determine what would be the priorities for TIR, which was rightly so. I think that they decided that they weren't the experts in transportation, and they allowed their experts to guide their policy and guide their decisions. And I think that why I say that, that was a message that became very clear to me, and I appreciated that, and I hope that I mimic some of their style in present day in my role here with TIR. The reason I say that is because, and the member who was in cabinet with those two gentlemen can attest that there were standards largely based on road volume and traffic volume, but others were applied sort of depending on the situation, and they were very specific to the road. The 5-year plan, which was brought in by the previous government, has established very specific criteria for low volume paved roads and gravel roads. And just so the minister is clear on this, and I think he is, because he would have been at the cabinet table when these things were established, but the traffic volumes, even on these roads, as the member is referring to with gravel, only half of the scoring system that determines what will be done with these roads, whether it be upgrade, chip seal, double chip seal, what have you, is based on volumes themselves. The other bullets, just for the members' information, are roadside development, including the number of homes, businesses, and community sites. The examples are churches, community halls, rec centers, parks, etc., that are located on the road. The second bullet is requests for road repairs from residents, businesses, or not-for-profit groups, and of course the community. And the final bullet is groups, chambers of commerce, and elected officials. So I didn't want to imply, don't get me wrong, the volume on the road is very important to what the future process and plan is for that road. However, there are other components, and I think that's where the individuals on the ground at TIR who live and breathe this stuff every day make these decisions and make these recommendations. So I know that the area managers and the OS and all those people that are involved, they provide this feedback and provide this information to the department. And with 9,000 kilometers of gravel road in this province, and again, the member knows this very well, there isn't the budget to address these, and to do it in this way using these metrics I think is very fair. And again, in the thought process of the former Minister Estabrooks and former Minister Mo Smith, I think that for me, I will follow this criteria, and I will always lean on my staff, our staff, to determine and tell us what these projects should look like. And I think that is the fairest way of doing it. Now, having said that, if you're looking at these criteria which were established by the previous government, if there's room to change those and enhance those, then certainly we would be willing to have that conversation. But as it sits present day, those individual bullets seem to be the fairest way to decide and deliver on what projects we're doing for gravel roads here in Nova Scotia of our entire 9,000 kilometer inventory. Thank you. Yeah.
At this time, we will take a short recess. We'll resume again in about 5 minutes. Our committee will resume. I recognize the honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the Minister, I'm going to try to condense my question very brief and short here, but before we leave the last topic regarding double chip seal and that criteria, to me, I think if there was a budget line for gravel roads with chip seal, it could do a lot more. People could actually see how you could appreciate how you're going to advance over the next 5 years, 10 years, and know that their roads is going to be a priority and some of that work's going to get done. So I'm going to leave that and move on to, in the respect for time that we have here, I'm going to identify a number of roads, in particular in the Queen's Shelburne area, and I'm going to ask the Minister to give us an update. There's a number of roads that have been identified for upgrades or paving, and I'm going to mention a few of them. The West Berlin, East Berlin near Liverpool for paving. Paving of the Shore Road near Gunning Cove, a section of that was scheduled to be done. Jordan Bay, Jordan Ferry near the town of Shelburne, near West River, near the Milton Bridge in Liverpool, a section of that to be paved, and one not to be left out would be the LaBelle Roads system near Greenfield, Nova Scotia, scheduled for paving and upgrading of the gravel roads in that particular area, especially possibly a candidate for some chip seal. Because of the time restraints, I'm going to ask the minister if he could give us an update on them particular roads and what the resident can expect in this upcoming paving season. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member, I certainly apologize. I don't have the specific details. Obviously, these things can be extremely fluid, so that to have that specific information on those roads is impossible at this point. However, it would be a very easy find for the department. So if the member opposite is okay with it, we can get him an update on each and every one of those roads by this afternoon if that works for him. So again, my apologies, but I don't have that kind of specific information in front of me. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Shelburne, Queens.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the minister for that response, and I'm trying to appreciate the time restraints here. So at this time, I appreciate the answer, and at this time I'm going to turn it over to my colleague from Chester St. Margaret's. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to sort of reiterate what my colleague here said to the minister. What my experience was. I was fortunate enough to get an enormous amount of paving work done during my term in government and worked very hard towards that. But what I learned and what I saw was the problem with the system that we have today, as my colleague pointed out, is that those gravel roads or those poor condition, like formerly sand-sealed roads or real old 50 or more year paved roads, the way the system is, they'll never qualify to get paved. That's what the struggle is, and that's why we created the 5-year plan, but that still, there were so many roads that we had to look at that were in poor conditions that it was still those high-level traffic roads like the number 3 highways that would meet the criteria to be up on the priority list. So I really want to encourage the minister to look at creating a strategy around those other roads, because as he knows himself, being from a more rural area, that there are some roads that have not been touched in many, many years. And one in particular in my area, I have many, but one in particular that needs to be addressed and will never get on that priority list, and I mentioned it to the minister before, is the West Dover Road. And this is a road in a small fishing community, and the road is in horrific condition with huge potholes that, you know, you can patch them up, cold patch, and the next day it's gone. And it's the main road to the federal wharf for the fishers. And so it gets really beaten down. I'm just wondering, I know how busy the minister is, but I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to do a road trip and perhaps he could see it for himself. Or I've had pictures before, whatever works more convenience in his schedule, because I don't expect him to do road shows around the entire province, but if his staff may be able to set up a little meeting between him and myself that we could talk about some of these particular issues on those roads that are in desperate shape. I have, like in Chester area, one called the Pig Loop Road, the Golf Course Road, which we actually prepared with some racking on it for future paving, but now it looks like it's not going to meet those criteria. So I'd really like to have that conversation one-on-one.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member opposite. I appreciate her concerns, and again, you know, we're all concerned about Nova Scotia as a whole, and that's what we do as legislators, but we also have specific concerns to our riding, and I appreciate her bringing that to my attention, and we had a brief conversation here in the House, and the lobby about the Westover Road. I just confirmed that we can put together a group to go down and have an assessment and have that road reassessed. And again, if there's others on the honourable member's list that she wants to have the staff take a look at, ultimately, and by all means, you know, the schedule fills up pretty quick for road shows, as she referred to them, and I'm sure she did a lot from her days in cabinet. But I will endeavour to do that for sure. I have no issues whatsoever with any member bringing these things to my attention. And when we're down in that area doing trips, then by all means, it's certainly, without question, it's one thing to have a description of a road and hear how bad it is. But for me, as a human being, it's much easier when I actually see it and can truly appreciate, you know, what the area is, what the outlying concerns are, and of course, you know, how the residents are impacted by the deteriorating shape of these roads. So certainly we can do that, but in the meantime, with those specific roads, I'd like to make sure that I can tell the minister without question that we'll have TIR take a look and get an assessment and see it. And again, back to the criteria that we apply, volume is an important one, but it does make up 50% of the formula that's been in place for quite some time, actually since the development of the highway plan by the previous government. So we'll apply those, but there are human factors and considerations and community considerations that we can always add to our weighting, and then we'll see what we can do to improve those roads and therefore improve the safety and the commute for the people that she represents and that we all represent. Thanks.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank the Minister very much, and I would encourage, I know it's early days for him, but I think that it would be quite an advantage for him as a Minister if he can and is able to develop a strategy that focuses on the gravel and those type of roads. I think that it would be, he would gain great support throughout the province for that type of initiative. My other little quick question is completely different. It's with respect to signage in the Chester municipality area, and that the municipal council has taken it upon themselves to, and they're very motivated to make some changes with the signage issues that we deal with in the constituency, and especially in Chester area. And when you come off the exits, for example, exit 6 and 7, there's a horrible array of signs from businesses, and it is not very pretty. And we have that in other parts of the province. And so this municipal council wants to try to clean that up. It's taken quite a long time to have conversation with businesses because they're fearful that they'll lose their sign, right? And it's the brightest, biggest sign that they feel will get attention. They'd like to do something similar to Prince Edward Island, where they have more of a uniform signage program that is run through the municipality. The problem is the way the rules are set out, the department through the minister has given them permission to take those signs down at the exit, but the rules do not allow them to put signs up. And what they want to do is be able to put signs up that would be uniform to the municipality. I'm sure that they would go through the process with TIR to make sure that TIR approves what the uniformity and the signs look. But with the hitch that they've hit is some type of regulation that says you can take it down but you can't put it up. Is there any way the minister will be able to help me out on that issue?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member. Actually, I believe that there is. My understanding from the department is that if municipal units want changes of that type, they just have to make a submission to us. So I think probably the best thing to do is maybe we can arrange a conversation with the municipal counterparts who you're talking with. I tell you, this is an issue, and what we're talking, you're into your community, in the municipality, so you're talking about the local signs, and this has been a pretty contentious issue. I mean, it's one that there's been a signage policy technically in place for 10 years now. So of course it spans all the 3 different parties as government, and it's one that you see the signs that are clustered and they're a mess, and it's ones that for businesses that haven't existed for 10 years. And they're the problem ones, but the issue you run into with small businesses is, from their marketing perspective, they believe that, and maybe they're right, that this is the key way that they identify with their potential customers and patrons. So it's one that, for us, from TIR's perspective, I mean, we're just basically the logistics managers, as in when we're directed to act on signage, like the policy exists for the 100 series highways, where if there's certain signs that are not in designated areas and they haven't been grandfathered, we're completely permitted to remove those. Now that sounds easy in practice and on paper in terms of the legislation, but you know, when you're threatening the identity and possibly the business for entrepreneurs, then that becomes, it's not as easy to swallow as it seems. So, but that's for the 100 series. In terms of your question with respect to your municipality, we can have a conversation with them, and I think that if they can work with us and identify some of the entrepreneurs that want to stay and some of the entrepreneurs that would buy into this common signage, then I'm sure we can accommodate. There's lots of things as a government that we can't do, but this example, honourable member, I think you know, we can find some kind of common ground and help you out there. So.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate it, because they did get a letter that says that they can't replace them, but I know that that letter, although signed by you, would have been just because it is the standard rule that is available. So I'm just wondering from the minister, who do I go to next as the MLA? Because they have done the work with the businesses and have an agreement from businesses to go forward. So if I just could get a contact person to proceed that would have an understanding of this and work between myself and the Municipal Council and TIR, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member, I'll suggest that maybe she have a conversation with Steve, the area manager, to get this started. And if it's just something that we can sort of work through Steve and the member and solve it through that way, that's fine. However, this has to come to the department level, and it becomes me being involved with the municipal representative, then that's okay too. So we'll start it off with Steve. We'll get some preliminary information to the member and to the group that she represents, and then we'll take it from there. But again, we'll work to see what we can do. And if they have an agreement, as she suggests, with the private sector there, then that obviously makes it much easier just to start. So I think that's something we can work on, but I suggest she talk to the district director, and we can move from that point. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister very much. Steve is a terrific employee. I give him a lot of kudos for how he communicates and works with the community and myself as an MLA. And I want to thank you and your staff. I know that it is a very difficult portfolio. It is not easy. You're doing an excellent job. Your staff, you've got incredible staff, and I want to congratulate the Minister for the work that he is doing, and I look forward to working with him to try to resolve these issues that are before us with our roads, especially in rural Nova Scotia, which I know he understands. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to give the Minister the opportunity to make some closing remarks. We have 2 minutes.
Do I put that in there? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do want to thank the honourable members opposite for their questions and their suggestions and their ideas on how we make TIR more efficient. It's certainly been an incredible learning experience for me, learning about how we clear the roads in the winter and how we build them in the summer. So it's been a tremendous learning curve, and we're getting there, and I do appreciate the support from my honourable colleagues from all sides of the House in that endeavour, and they know that there's not a whole lot of politics when it comes to keeping Nova Scotians safe. So we'll focus on that. I just want to again thank Bruce and Diane for being here this morning, as well as my Deputy Minister Paul LaFleche, who's done tremendous work. I want to thank my EA and childhood friend Tom, who most of you guys are familiar with. He's done tremendous work for me as an EA, and I'm proud of our relationship, and I'm glad the help he's provided to MLA. So we appreciate Tom. And also Sue and the entire communications staff have been tremendous in getting we talk a lot about communications here this morning, and getting the word out about you know, the conditions in the winter and the conditions for our roads and the safety has been an important role, and Sue has done tremendous. So we thank Sue and the entire communications group for doing that. With that, I will move to the resolutions. E38, resolved that a sum not exceeding $402,489,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal pursuant to the estimate. E48, resolved that the business plan of the Sydney Steel Corporation be approved. E49, resolved that the business plan of Nova Scotia Lands Incorporated be approved. And E50, resolved that the business plan of Harborside Commercial Park Incorporated be approved.
And stand. The resolution is stood. We will be taking a short recess, or maybe a little more than a short recess, till 1:30. We'll resume at that point. Committee of the Whole on Supply will resume. The time allotted for consideration of supply has elapsed. I recognize the Chair of the Subcommittee on Supply.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to report that the Subcommittee on Supply has met for the time allotted to it and considered the various estimates assigned to it.
Shall all remaining resolutions carry? Resolutions are carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that the Committee of the Whole House on Supply do rise and that you report these estimates.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report these estimates to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports
that the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and come to agreement on 50 estimate resolutions, including votes on business plans and on capital. The Chair has been instructed to recommend these estimates to the favorable consideration of the House, each without amendment.
The motion is that the House concurs in the report of the Committee on the Whole on Supply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call order of business introduction of bills?
We now have the introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province. Mr. Speaker, the bill is printed, and I believe the pages have already distributed a copy to each member.
Pages are now distributing the bill to each member. The Honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
Bill number 70, entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move second reading of Bill number 70, the Appropriations Act 2014.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 70. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading of Bill number 70, the Appropriations Act 2014.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 70. Would all those in... There's been a request for a recorded vote. We'll now ring the bells for 10 minutes. House will resume. House will resume in 10 minutes or until such time as the whips are satisfied. We'll now proceed with the recorded vote. If the whips are all satisfied, I'll now ask the clerk to conduct the recorded vote, and I would remind members to be succinct with their yes or no, oui ou no, and please speak loudly and clearly.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yay.
Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Ms. Reagan. Yes. Mr. Sampson.
Oui.
Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
Ms. Whalen.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Ms. Diab.
Oui.
Mr. Younger.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Stroink.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Oui.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Rowe.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Ms. Eiking.
Yes.
Ms. Lones-Croft.
Yes.
Ms. Treen.
Yes.
Mr. Goff. Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
No.
Mr. Porter.
No.
Mr. Dunn.
No.
Mr. Bailey.
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
No.
Ms. Maureen McDonald.
No.
Mr. David Wilson.
No.
Ms. Zan.
No.
Ms. Peterson-Rayfuse.
No.
Mr. Beliveau.
No.
Ms. McFarland.
No.
Mr. Houston.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Lohr.
No.
Okay, Mr. Lohr, can you repeat that? We didn't catch that.
No.
Those in favor of the motion, 31. Those against, 15.
Motion carried.
Bill number 70, entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
Ordered that this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before giving the business for Monday, all members of this House would recognize the hard work that our staff does in the administration of this building, and especially our pages. But as we all know, at times we have to say goodbye to our pages as they move on to other careers and other employment. And today is the last day for page Helen Hanbidge. And on behalf of all members of the House, we want to thank Helen for her dedicated service to all the members, to you, Mr. Speaker, and to all of your staff, and we want to wish her the greatest success into the future. Thank you, Helen.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes the government's business for today. We will meet again on Monday, April 28th, from the hours of 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. Mr. Speaker, at that time we will be doing second reading of Bill number 69, Bill number 67. As well, we'll be doing third reading of Bill number 32, 33, 34, 41, 44, 49, 52, 53, 55, 57, 58. We'll also be doing in Committee of the Whole House bills number 35, 43, 45, 51. If time permits, we will be looking at private and local bills for second reading and for third reading. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would move that the House do now rise to meet again from the hours of 4 to 10 p.m. on Monday, April 28th.
Motion is that the House rise to meet again on Monday, April 28th, between the hours of 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We now stand adjourned until 4 p.m. Monday, April 28th.